Honorable members, Mr. Speaker. Honorable members, Mr. Speaker.
Prayers.
Almighty God, who in infinite and prudential goodness have appointed so leaders and parliaments for the welfare of certain just government of humanity, we beseech you to look upon with the abundant favor of these your servants, whom you've been pleased call the performance of such important trusts in this land. Let your blessings descend upon them here assembled, and grant that they may, as in your presence, treat and consider the matter that shall come with their deliberation, is so just and fair manner to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the good of those whose interests you have committed your church.
Item number 2 on the order paper, communication from the chair.
Thank you. Colleagues, I welcome you back from Easter. I hope you had a good one. Yes. Yes. I'm sure you had, at least you had the time to relax, you know? And yesterday I gave you a day off. Huh? So at least if there was no rain, you survived floods. They would have maybe. Huh? So yes, the little rain will be used for other planting programs, not the floods of Easter. Yeah, but colleagues, as you saw, we registered many fatalities as a country. There is a family which perished on Kanoni, Masaka Road, Rengo, and Chinoni, Masaka Rengo. And we really lost also many other people. I saw the spokesperson of police talking about the fatalities during Easter. It was so painful for such a families to be going home to celebrate with your community, and you end up falling into such a tragedy. So before we proceed with anything, I request we stand and we observe a minute of silence.
May their souls rest in eternal peace.
I also used the Easter to touch base with my community. Number one, I started by touring the beauty of our country. I was in Queen Elizabeth National Park, and I want to implore each one of us to put more focus on discovering the beauty of our country. Alex Rwanda has been preaching this gospel. Our country is so beautiful. Sometimes you wonder when you travel abroad and you see what is in our parks, in our, heritage sites. No country is more beautiful than Uganda. So I want to encourage you, honorable colleagues, that we visit and discover our country. By the way, sometimes you meet, a Muzungu from somewhere and you find he knows Uganda better than you, to be honest, because they come for that inner detail. So I request honorable colleagues, we take off time, and whenever you do, you publicize it, encourage others, so that people know you believe in our country, we believe in its beauty, and we love its beauty. Also, colleagues, related to that, I invited the UA team, Uganda Wildlife Authority, and the Minister for Tourism to visit my community whose crops have been destroyed by elephants over time, and an issue which I know affects very many of us, especially who are neighboring national parks. We really need to see, because the only way we can do successful conservation will be ensuring that we also protect the communities. We don't want the communities to fear that animals are protected more than them, you know. So, but the UA team was very responsive, and we've discussed in a wider picture, and I've shared with some members of the Committee on Tourism. And all this, they'll be looking at the mitigation measures we can put in place, including the electric fencing, because like in my area, we did trenching. These elephants are very clever. They come in a group and they push the soil and again fill up and they cross. They destroy whatever they are destroying, you know. Then on the side where there is an electric fence, now they start moving towards an area which is not protected. So it's like chasing them away from this side. They migrate very many kilometers. So we really need to see a way of supporting. And then also the issue of the compensation fund. The law provides for only 2% of our fees. But the destruction is so huge. I think it is something which I would implore the minister to look into in future. We see a way of improving on that fund so that people are compensated. Finally, I saw many church leaders preaching about the issue of fighting corruption over this Christmas, which I want to implore you colleagues for the good job you're doing in your committees, from sectoral committees to oversight committees. You are doing your part. There is a point of concern which the front bench will help us to understand. I saw the permanent secretary and secretary to the treasury disqualifying some people as accounting officers, dropping them as accounting officers. But these people maintain very serious positions in government. You drop someone a cow, you drop a cow as an accounting officer of a district, and then you appoint a CFO who reports to the cow, who is appraised by the cow. You get a permanent secretary, is dropped. The position of accounting officer is no longer even taken seriously. Some permanent secretaries are saying, I don't want to be an accounting officer. But so is it a problem of the law? If someone does not qualify to be an accounting officer, it means that person cannot keep finances of the country safe. So why keep them in positions of responsibility? Where is the gap? Is it in the law? If it's in the law, then we amend the law. If you are dropped as an accounting officer, we know it's a disciplinary measure and a harsher sentence is given, but not recycling. Not recycling. You know, ministries where permanent secretaries have refused to be accounting officers. They appoint under secretaries to be accounting officers because it does not add any value to them to be an accounting officer. It's not part of the CV. The CV says I'm a permanent secretary. So I would implore the committee responsible to follow up on this issue, but maybe 2 or 3 colleagues might want to ask something, might want to speak something related. I'll pick colleagues whom I know have serious background in finance. And I will start with Cyrus on this issue, specifically on this issue. Honorable Cyrus.
Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Chair, financial experts are speaking.
Chair, your comment is very, very serious. Indeed, we need to question what is happening. For instance, I would have expected the PSST to attach comments against the name of each officer who has been dropped. The reason as to why the person has been dropped. What was the issue? That would make it very, very easy for us to understand the reasoning so that we follow up. It is not good for us to maintain somebody who has been a cow, for instance, an accounting officer. You continue being the cow of a district, and then they drop you from accounting officer. They fear first of all to appear before committees of parliament. Before they know that they are going to be there, now they have dropped them, they feel the relief, they feel good. I want to agree with you. We need as parliament to have a committee that is going to check critically what we should be doing. We recommend the right action to be done. Is it okay for us to drop somebody just and leave him there? because by the time they drop you from being accounting officer, it is a point of no confidence to you. And that is what it means. It's a very serious thing, right, Honorable
you.
Speaker. So that observation is critical, and I support your position. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, Adeper. And then Bazri. I'm looking for specialists in finance. You see, colleagues, I read your CVs. You gave me your CVs. Okay. If you told me you're a doctor, this is not a medical matter. I'll first speak finance. Yes, Honorable Adeper.
Yeah, thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Mine is really very critical information I want to give you. Based on the experience we have had in public financial management in this country. If you have looked through all these financial years, around this time, between now and June, these names will appear. They have been dropped. I bet you these people will get cleared between now and the 30th June. That's the practice. So we have to look at the underlying. Why do they raise it before the end of the financial year? These are things that should have happened earlier on. You will find categorical that all these people will be cleared. In fact, you wait in the next 1 month, some of them will be cleared. Then again, after 1 month, they will be cleared. Then at the end of the financial year, all of them will have been cleared. But what really the issue is, these people have problems. And once the problem has been identified, normally it is very explicit, very, very empirical, and is not subjective to anything. So once someone has been penalized for it, the person should fall flat and not be cleared at all. I think that's where we should look at squarely. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Right Honorable Speaker, the question of appointing accounting officer is a constitutional matter. It is so constitutional that any deviation must have thorough explanation of legal nature. An accounting officer does not necessarily look about financial management. Actually, he deals with all even the management issues of human resource management, even the projects and programs. In other words, he has a hand of supervision of management of resources. You have any staff or a manager who does not control resources, does not control programs and planning of institution. So in other words, the finance looking strictly at money. You can imagine, even the chief administrative officer or the permanent secretary is not controlling resources, but a junior staff is controlling resources. Then it means he controls the head of department, which is not tenable at all. It doesn't work. You can imagine a PS going to another secretary, or for that level, a principal assistant secretary, presenting his program that as an accounting officer, I'm not satisfied. Then at the same time, it conflicts with supervision, control, and even nurturing of the process. So the issue of accounting officer should not be taken very lightly. They must be given reasons as to why that person is being dropped and why you should appoint another one. And preferably, maybe you should have an accounting officer from another organization of higher rank. If I may look at even the security, sorry to look in that direction, there is what I call ranks and files. You cannot have a colonel being commanded by a captain. It can't work. And to some of us who have worked in local government, it's more pronounced in local government. And moreover, more errors are at the center.
Thank you.
They are at the center. So in my view, I think we should request for the SST to come here and present reasons, respective reasons why they are changing information.
No.
Thank you.
Honorable Taringaya. Colleagues, I'm just going to give you a quick round.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. Bazri Bataringaya from Kashar North and member of the Finance Committee. The accounting officers, recently, or over the years, Parliament has been passing very strong laws that eventually affect accounting officers. And accounting officers seem to be wanting to run from their responsibilities. And some may be celebrating when they are dropped and their juniors are appointed, but eventually they remain the actual accounting officers because those that have been appointed report to them. There are two major sections of finance. One, local government, then the other MDAs, central government. Local governments and central government. Now, from the central government point of view, money is voted from here from the central government to local governments. For example, now, we may put cows to task, but we have town councils, for example, who have not received money, which money was collected from as revenue from those town councils for the last 9 months. And I think it is part of the supplementary budget that we are dealing with. So there is no service delivery in those town councils. At the end of the year, a cow may be put task and those other junior officers under that cow. And yet, there is somebody responsible in the central government, an accounting officer that is supposed to make sure that money reaches those town councils for service. So I think I want to concur with my colleague, Honorable Agon Silas, Augon, that one. So that there is a committee that analyzes and makes sure that whoever has been dropped as an accounting officer, why and what action should be taken against that accounting officer. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you. Now, colleagues, Article 164 of the Constitution is very clear on accountability. Okay? And then Section 45, subsection 3 of the PFMA clearly states that they will enter into performance contracts with the Secretary to the Treasury. But under Section 8 of that same, under subsection 8 of that same law, it's very clear that they shall be held personally liable. Now, dropping someone, does what is that a punishment? Is it, you know, because that's a concern. That's a concern. If someone is an accounting officer and you drop them, it means they are having issues to do with accountability. Okay? Those issues of accountability, they might be financial, they might be system. Honorable Nathan Bianyima, you participated in forming this law. What was the intention? Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The level, the environment has changed. For one to be an accounting officer, had to go through the radars. From assistant secretary from the university, senior, principal, under secretary, and you go a rigorous interview before you become a PS. But you can't become, you are just an MP today, tomorrow you are a PS. You cannot. Even the cows you have currently now, somebody is a sub-county chief, then through because he's known to some, the teaching, the district service commission, they appoint him. We must go back to the level of going on merit. A permanent secretary must have the standing orders on, like we have the rules of procedure. I know I'm saying this at the risk of being condemned somewhere, but we must go back to the merit. You remember in 1972.
Order, point of order.
Mr. Speaker, with all due respect to my senior, Honorable Nathan, he must know that every regime has languages. We have a language called the cadres that I want you to know. I don't know, therefore, whether you are in order to say that people should climb ladders when we have a regime language called cadres.
So, no, honorable colleagues, yes. Now, the record has captured that Honorable Macho is in the house. Proceed.
Mr. Speaker, we must go back like in 1972 when Amin took over. He picked on the brim of the permanent secretaries in Uganda and they became ministers. They were fantastic. And most of them used to come from Teso region and Rango. I remember, very brilliant people. But now currently, this business of robbing to be a PS or to be a cow in the district should stop. Let's go according to merit.
Thank you.
We shall have good service. I
Thank you. Honorable Mapenduzi as the Chair Park local government.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable. I want to thank you for raising this, for bringing this matter. Right Honorable, there are two issues we have to look at. One, there seems to be a silent struggle between the Minister of Local Government and the Minister of Finance. The Minister of Local Government deploys the accounting officers, the cows. And the Minister of Finance gives them the mandate to be vote controllers. Now, I remember in the previous financial year, Parliament resolved that accounting officers who had been reported to have either mismanaged or caused financial loss to government to be disciplined, reprimanded. Now, the Minister of Finance took step, but the Minister of Local Government continue to deploy them to continue as accounting officer. Now, that kind of contradiction needs to be harmonized. When an officer is found to be abusing or causing financial loss to government, I think there must be uniformity in treating them. Secondly, Right Honorable, just on what you said, we have a bit of a problem where accounting officers are sent to a particular district, and in this case, I'm talking about the cows. A chief administrative officer is found to have abused his powers or caused financial loss to government. And Parliament goes ahead to recommend that this officer be dropped. Then you find the officer is moved from one district to the other. So it's like recycling. An accounting officer is sent to district A, there is a problem, push from district A to district B, another problem, and they keep on causing problem all around. I think Parliament needs to take a bold decision to make sure that those who cause financial loss to government or those who are corrupt are dropped and replaced with people who are competent enough. Thank you.
Thank you. Procedure.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the subject that is being discussed is a subject that directly touches on the Minister of Finance. But what I want to state before I go to the procedural point, Right Honorable Speaker, no accounting officer can be dropped without a reason. There is always a reason why that person has been dropped, and most of them related to issues of maybe financial loss or yes. So, Right Honorable Speaker, is it procedurally right for us to continue with this subject when the Minister of Finance is here? He should explain, maybe give more light to this subject, Right Honorable Speaker. So this is the procedural point that I'm raising.
Thank you. You see, Honorable Sarah, the Minister of Finance, when he comes in, we close. We don't reopen. I was just giving colleagues a chance. But colleagues, Section 11, 2G of the Public Finance Management Act, the Secretary of Treasury shall appoint or designate accounting officers in accordance with this act, except that the Secretary to the Treasury shall not appoint or designate a person, an accounting officer, where, according to the report of an internal Auditor General or the Auditor General, that person has not accounted for the public resources or assets of the vote for a financial year. Now, where does it stop? The same people. And there are people who even the next financial year again, they don't qualify, but they maintain the original positions and which are very, very, very critical. What would another secretary do to a permanent secretary who supervises? Okay. So anyway, yes, I was speaking Honorable Mara. Then I pick Honorable Judith. We are going to do just conclude on this. We go to other matters.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I think I will tackle it from 2 points. We have severally had a conversation with Secretary to the Treasury regarding the behavior of the accounting officers, not only in the districts, but also in various ministries. One key item, Right Honorable Speaker, which we have noted as Finance Committee, is the escalation of domestic arrears. Government had provided a clear-cut policy that no accounting officer will commit government to any payment unless there is money available. But you would see that the public debt in domestic arrears continue to swell, which means actually there is no discipline among the accounting officers. So we guided the ministry that they should actually take action. And if somebody is removed for indiscipline, there is no way they should continue to hold a public office. There must be commensurate accountability and disciplinary actions taken. I think the Minister of Finance, when he finally comes here, he should explain the crimes those guys have committed and the disciplinary actions as a ministry they have undertaken to making sure that the action or indiscipline done by those people are actually punished. The second one, Right Honorable Speaker, is around qualification. And I want to agree with my elder there. You cannot be an accounting officer if you're not qualified. It means, therefore, you must have some level of expertise in terms of financial management, project management, human resource management. Therefore, you cannot just jump into the job. And therefore, the law empowers the minister, the secretary to the Treasury, to appoint those accounting officers. But there must be a guiding principle, a guiding law, that whoever is supposed to be accounting officer must be well qualified, so that they understand the enabling laws available, which they are going to use to perform their duties.
Honorable Judith Sachan.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. On your communication on the accounting officers, my concern, as my other colleagues has been talking about, is recycling these accounting officers. For instance, in my district, the PDM money that has been mismanaged. Right Honorable Speaker, without the intervention of the RDC and the State House Anti-Corruption Unit, we wouldn't have recovered part of this money. We had to follow, because after the money has been mismanaged, he was transferred to another district. We followed him there as a team, and he paid back the money. Just a few days ago, I saw him being dropped, and it's because of that. Secondly, on your, and this should be, expounded to other officers as well who mismanages the public funds. And then secondly, on your communication on human-wildlife conflict, I am glad that today— No,
Honorable, we have an issue we are concluding. Let us conclude one issue.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So, Honorable Minister, procedure, Honorable Sengo.
Mr. Speaker, the procedure matter I'm raising is about the Minister for Presidency. Most of these issues we are raising them, but they still relate to the appointing authority. Yes, there is corruption, but there are some who have confessed in public. The Prime Minister said she cannot manage some of the ministers. They're more educated than her and more experienced. These are issues of administration. And the Honorable Speaker, the Minister for Presidency, should be appearing here to note these issues, to report the appointing authority. Honorable Speaker, I raised the matter here about the Governor Bank of Uganda, substantive. And today we have vetted the board without a substantive governor. But the money is being printed day by day, under the names of the late Mutebile Emmanuel. So these are procedural matters, Mr. Speaker. Wouldn't people say, okay, that the Minister for Presidents, who is an ex-official in this parliament, should always attend and note these matters? If we are talking about corrupt officers, others are confessing of not being able to manage those who are more educated than them in their own voices. So who reports back to these people solve these matters?
Thank
Thank you,
you.
Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Seunga, I cannot change. I don't have the power or even us to change anything because the lead of government business in parliament is the prime minister. Okay, so really I would be overstepping my mandate and also the house would be. But these are serious issues which should be taken note of. Honorable Minister? No, under what rule? No. Colleagues, Rule 78 sub Rule 4. When you stand up on procedure, you state the rule. Honorable Minister. Yes.
Honorable Speaker, the very rule is the same rule that can give.
Colleague, please don't access a microphone without permission of the Speaker.
Apologies, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister. It seems the Shadow Minister has a serious issue would want to raise. So, colleagues, I'm going to give you a chance on other issues. Please, I request you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I appreciate you for taking me on. You know, I've been in 15 years in local governments. Local governments are going through issues. And as PAC local government, we've made several recommendations. Issues like third-party entities like finance, not giving funds in time, they send money towards the end of the financial year. Public service, their systems are not enabling human resource officers to see that they are managing issues of funds and human resource well. Ministry of Education, the Education Service Commission does not send teachers in advance, and at times also they are failing. Then at the end of it all, you find that a lot of money is again taken back. So with that, I also don't agree with any incompetent office to stay in any incompetent officer to stay in office. But if it's a third-party matter, Mr. Speaker, I request that as Parliament, we also look critically into those matters that are failing officers in local governments so that at the end of it all, their times in offices are not in vain. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Minister for Finance.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the issue at hand is an issue which is central in the fight against corruption. Mr. Speaker.
Go on, Honorable Minister, you're protected.
I wish to state that every financial year, we are required by law to appoint accounting officers for respective votes, both in the central government and also in the local government. Mr. Speaker, we get mandate from the Constitution, Article 164, as we stated earlier, and also we get mandate, we derive the mandate from Section 11(2)(g) of the Public Finance Management Act 2015 as amended. What do these laws require us to do? The law requires us to look at accountability issues. And it says where the accounting officer has unaccounted for funds, as clearly stipulated in the Auditor General's report or the Internal Auditor General's report, he or she should not be reappointed. And I wish to inform the House that our mandate is only limited to the function of accounting for public funds. Mr. Speaker, this law is not extended to address the concerns Parliament has of disciplining the accounting officer beyond unaccounted for funds. If there are cases of financial loss or impropriety, what happens? All that is not envisaged in the law we apply. Mr. Speaker, I think this is how far I can take it. The rest is for clarification. I take clarification.
Honorable Susan Amir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have listened to the minister say that in the law, where the accounting officer has not accounted for the funds. Mr. Speaker, the clarification I want to seek is, last year in this house, there were some accounting officers who were named for who caused financial loss and who were actually supposed to have been dropped or demoted. One of them is the accounting officer in Amuria. The next thing we saw was a transfer, and which transfer was also stopped again by local government people who work with him. I want to know, why should we bury our heads in the sand when we know actually that the whole problem is originating from Ministry of Finance? You release the money is late when contracts have been given out. The money comes in on the 28th and you're closing the system on the 29th. What do you expect some of these local, accounting officers to do? I think we need to come out clear on this. And you don't have to apportion blame and think that these accounting officers are the only ones who are on the wrong. You as finance have a problem. Which problem needs to be addressed?
Thank you. Honorable Minister. Switch on, Honorable Korik.
Right, Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. Possibly at this point in time, Minister of Finance could also help clarify on the case of Minister of Finance itself.
Yes.
Why is it that we have continued, if I'm not mistaken, to have the Undersecretary of Minister of Finance to continue serving as the accounting officer? That could help shed light some of us. I thank you.
Thank you.
That's a hot word.
Honorable Martin, you will be the last for that.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Yes, one shot. Right Honorable Speaker, the catchword in here is called accounting officer. And I don't know whether the minister is aware that most of these accounting officers lack the accounting background. And what is actually being penalized of them in most cases is a failure to submit accountabilities in time. But we are penalizing people who don't have an accounting background. I don't know what the minister says about it. I thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. And colleagues, this is by way of information first. When you look at the Public Finance Management Act, it gives this parliament veto powers over the Ministry of Finance and their actions. Section 13, which is about submission of budget estimates to parliament, requires that those budget estimates is accompanied by the list of the accounting officer from the Ministry of Finance. But when you go to section 14, which is now the approval of the budget, it means parliament can actually reject that list, it can amend it, or it can approve as it is. So in the event that we have issues as parliament with the unfairness of the PSST in designating the accounting officers, it is going to come here. when we are processing the budget, we can deal with that issue. So it is not like the PSST is the final person. It is actually Parliament. So if we refuse or we do not exercise our authority to ensure that the accounting officer with question is not approved, the ones that deserve to be accounting officers are included, then the blame will be on us, Parliament. That's what I wanted to submit.
Attorney General, you want to say something about that?
Thank you, Right Honorable. It's a matter over which I would like to make a comment, but I need to do some reading on it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Susan Amero was concerned about causing financial loss vis-a-vis unaccounted for funds. These two are different in a way that one occurs after thorough investigation has taken place. Unaccounted for funds arise from the issues unattended to by management that are normally brought out in the Auditor General's report, either internal or external. This is what the law requires us to do. And it is on this basis that we appoint or drop accounting officers. I wish to inform this House, Mr. Speaker, that we are not supervisors of these accounting officers. We only work with them in as far as management of monies are concerned. The rest is done by ministry, local government, and in the central government, they are respective. Number two, Honorable Muzale, who was with me in a BCom class, is concerned that accounting officers lack accounting background. Mr. Speaker, the requirement to have accounting expertise is only limited to the person who controls the money. And the controller of the money is, in the case of, let's say, Ministry of Finance, where I work, we have people in the Accountant General's office. Those ones strictly must have accounting skills. But the accounting officers basically need administrative and management skills with some limited knowledge in financial management, which UMI can train. So, Honorable Muzale, it is not a requirement that an accounting officer must be like me, or it can be like you because you have not yet professionalized it, but not. I'm joking with him. I think the last one.
Correct. That's Musas is the one Muzari Nir.
Muzari is a brother. Sometimes we make the debate lively. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Ochai is asking why at the Ministry of Finance we have the Undersecretary as accounting officer. The law is not restrictive. The law does not state that the permanent secretary shall be the accounting officer. It is the permanent secretary or any other officer designated by the permanent secretary. And in our case, we have 2 votes. One vote is the operational vote, the 1008, and another vote for treasury management called vote 130. That one, the accounting officer is the accountant general, and the other operational vote is managed by the undersecretary, and the PS stroke secretary to the treasury advises us on largely macroeconomic management. That is how we are structured. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Minister for Public Service,
Yes.
you've heard our concern. Is recycling these people? The issue of rate releases that are making it difficult for accounting officers, difficult for accounting officers to do their work.
Mr. Speaker, on rate releases, under normal circumstances, here I mean when we have all the cash available, we are required and we normally comply by releasing money in the first 10 days of the first month of the quarter, and in any case, not later than 10. Mr. Speaker, I beg for your protection, sir.
Yes, Honorable, please.
Mr.
Colleagues, let's allow the minister to do his work.
Mr. Speaker, what monies which pass through the central local government vote. When this happens, sometimes there are delays there. For us, we release from our side, and the local government ministry also has got to do some operations. And this, as a result, some of the monies reach the actual votes late. Those days, like now, this financial year will close on 30th of June. We cannot release money. The system will go off by 23rd.
You're accessing a microphone without a speaker's permission. I think some of the issues we shall continue.
My apologies, Right Honorable Speaker, but just something to be clarified.
Honorable Susan, I request you, don't access a microphone without a speaker's permission, please. Honorable Minister for Public Service.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. The issue of permanent secretaries, accounting officers, I think a good explanation has been given by the Minister of Finance. And whether to designate somebody as an accounting officer, that has been explained. But if there is some impropriety, then that definitely becomes a criminal matter. And the person who should take responsibility is the person who is head of all the permanent secretaries, the Office of the President and Head of Public Service. And then on the other hand, the Auditor General finds out, who points out this impropriety. And not so much really the Minister of Finance. So if there is something, money has got lost or something, like when it got lost, for instance, when the pension fund got lost, yes, the Office of the President took action, and the officers who are involved in that really were committed before court, and they were arraigned, and they are serving sentence. So anything criminal with regard to financial matters, the head of service, Office of the President, and the Auditor General must act immediately together with the police, and that particular person is arraigned and presented to court. So, and designation, as I said, of the function of accounting for money will depend on a case-to-case basis, and will depend on the dynamics that in that particular department.
Thank you. Now, colleagues, maybe I'll need your, let's put our heads together. Our concern is someone is dropped as an accounting officer. He is either a cow or a permanent secretary. That person is still in that same entity. And we are sending their position, a substantive one, of either being a cow or of being the ED or of being a permanent secretary. And he will be in charge, whether you want it or not. That's the person, because he supervises that junior whom you've made an accounting officer. Should we be sending money to such an entity when that voucher is still in? Because you said that person was not able to account. So now, I think what is very clear, Honorable Minister, you think, colleagues, I was thinking maybe we can ask either the minister or we assign one of our committees, which we already have, to look into this matter. Or, you see, you want to say something, Attorney General? Please say.
The advantage of Parliament is that we put our heads together. He really wants to hear
This is the first time I'm seeing Honorable Namuga interested in your. so you better speak up.
Right, allow me to face her directly.
Yeah.
The advantage of us sitting here and putting our heads together is that we bring to light several other things, including those that we previously did not know. Now, a matter has arisen, to which I believe we need to do the necessary research. Ideally, this list, when it is created, a list of people that should be suspended, the law would require that there should be a process for them to be heard. And meaning that at some point, either they are put off the list or it is maintained. Now, while that process is ongoing, Parliament is doing its appropriation work. Now, it would be weird for Parliament to say, we won't appropriate for Amuria because the accounting officer is on the list. I would request, considering those circumstances. Yes.
Right now, Speaker, it's known by him and us that every financial year, we must get a list of all accounting officers here before the budget is passed. And the purpose of that is looking at those people who have mismanaged the finances. Now, you are the Attorney General. Isn't that your role to be sure and advise all the entities as they drop them off? They should not be appointed in the other key offices until the investigations are cleared. They remain pending. That was the purpose, and we have followed that up to now.
Thank you, Brother Seung. Actually, that's where I was heading. I was saying the Right Honourable Speaker should give us time so that we look at it thoroughly and make proper advice on the matter. Thank you. Because you see, what happens along the way, if assuming one is on that list and is thrown out, and it does not agree, it goes to court, and the remedy is that we pay back.
Okay.
Yes.
But Honorable, what we are saying is simple. Parliament has not said you throw away anyone. It's you, the executive, who have assessed a person from your investigation, even through an audit. You have an exit meeting. This person has not been able to address the issues raised by the Auditor General. And you as an executive, you judge. You say you don't qualify to be an accounting officer. So our question is, but you are remaining in a very important position like permanent secretary. You're remaining in a very important position like permanent secretary or accounting officer, or CAO, where you're making very important decisions.
Order. Order.
Colleagues, let him answer.
Okay. The speaker is talking, you sit down.
So that's our concern, Honorable Kafuzi.
One, for my colleagues, soon you will learn that in this parliament we respect each other. And let me leave it at that. Right Honorable Speaker, while this list is created and this person is presumably adjudged unfit to hold that position, my concern is whether Parliament should stop appropriating for that entity simply because that person holds that position. Maybe if I did not understand the question.
Okay, what we are saying is very simple, Honorable.
Yes.
That our concern, why don't you remove that person?
Immediately.
Completely. Whether it's whether suspension or not. But let's get a solution.
Allow me answer that at the next sitting.
Let's get a quick solution, colleagues. Let the minister, colleagues, we can agree on which minister, or if necessary, committee, give us a status of accounting officers who were suspended for the last 3 financial years, because reasons were given for their suspension, and we want to know whether their issues were sorted or not, according to reasons which were given for suspending. Because some were transferred. One of them had found his way in my district, Mitom. All of a sudden, I saw they are coming and picking him. I said, but you're the ones who sent him here. We never requested for him. So, Honorable Bahat, which you think we go with the minister, or we use our committee to do the work?
Madam, Mr. Speaker, before we, I beg your pardon, before we probably take this matter to the committee, the 3 ministers, the Minister of Public Service, Minister of Finance, and the Minister of Local Government can be tasked to look into this matter and report to the House in the next 2 weeks. Then after that, the House can take a decision. Thank you.
Yeah, colleagues, I want us to get this information before we handle the budget here, because it is going to have a very big impact, and Attorney General should be included on this. Attorney General.
You see, my concern is there is a right to be heard, and it is a constitutional right. While we look at this list, when it has been presented to us, we do not get to see another list after the hearing. So our presumption is that this person who appeared on this list ought to have been cut off. So when he appears in Mitoma, we don't know whether this person had his matter presented and cleared. So I would request, like you have, like the speaker has guided, that we bring information relating to the past 3 years. Let us go look at it and harmonize amongst ourselves and see how best to address this matter.
Okay, Minister for Public Service, you will be the lead minister on this, because finance is so busy with the budget. I don't want to give him a lot of work. So Minister for Public Service, you'll be the lead minister on this, and we want to know for the last 3 financial years, the accounting officers you suspended, their reason and what action has been taken. If they store money, did they return it, and where are they for now? And what positions are they occupying? Honorable Minister, 1 week is enough, because we don't have much time to do with the budget. And then, depending on what you give us, we can escalate it to our committee. Okay? But for now, let's give the executive chance to first give us feedback. Okay? Yes. Colleagues, yes, on my communication? Colleagues, I'm sorry, this matter has taken long, but because we are in budgeting, it's a matter which has been really giving me headache. So that's why I raised it. So let us do quick.
Thank
We
you so
got
much, National
substantive
Speaker. National
items.
Speaker, while you communicated, you talked about what was said in many churches and other places of worship during Easter about corruption, and you congratulated the committees for doing good work in the fight against corruption. As I was entering this house, I found a letter from the president about the procurement of iron sheets, and it's written to the Right Honorable Prime Minister. In this letter, and it's scoped all the members of parliament, deliberately equipped all members of parliament. Right Honorable Speaker, in this letter, the president is saying he has already judged. The president has judged and said this was conscious, this was unconscious, so and so will be punished politically, this one should return the money, this one should return the iron sheets. My concern is now the mandate of the committees. There is a committee that has been investigating. Before it can come up with recommendations, the president is already punishing politically. Now, what becomes of the recommendations of the committee? Because Right Honorable Speaker.
Colleagues, let's listen to a member. Yes.
Right Honorable Speaker, I have also come up where the president is also saying, I am going to have anti-corruption units for villages, for sub-counties, for parishes. Now you ask yourself now, if you are going to have state house anti-corruption units for every village, for every parish, then what about the role of the IGG? What about the role of courts? What about the role of the police? So my concern is that Right Honorable Speaker,
Please, Honorable colleagues, allow a member to conclude, Honorable.
My concern, Right Honorable Speaker, is that you guide on this matter on the mandate of our committees and these institutions. Otherwise, I see interference on from the president in parliament, but also on other institutions like the police, like the DPP, the IGG, the Auditor General. All these institutions are being taken to State House. I want to thank you.
Thank you. Colleagues, on the item which we have just also concluded, on top of what we've assigned the minister, the risks were referred to the accountability committees. I've been reminded by the clerk, and you have to report back very soon. So I hope next week, Tuesday, Wednesday, should be able to report back also. But colleagues, please, Honorable, when there is a point a member has raised, you allow the speaker first do his job, then you raise procedure. Okay? Now, colleagues, this house, we want to be the ones to now start discussing a communication between the head of executive and his ministers. That's number one. Because he was writing to the prime minister. If he wanted it to be a matter for parliament to discuss, it's a matter he would write to the speaker of the house. That's number one. But number two, honorable colleagues, you cannot stop the executive from doing its work because the president supervises ministers. Now, can you tell the president that, please, don't do any investigation because parliament is investigating? It can't. You cannot because the president is supervising his people. When we did our work, we never wrote him to stop supervising his people. Okay? If he says, I'm going to do political action, now here we can't do political action. The president knows how he does. You never know, some members here want to be on the front bench and vacancies are being created. Vacancies are being created indirectly. But colleagues, in as far as the work, colleagues, in as far as the work of the committee which we assigned is concerned, I'm going to consult with my leaders, my fellow leaders in the institution, and we shall give guidance, especially in light of the fact that prostitution has even started. So we shall be giving guidance, and I think that one next week we shall be able to do that, okay? Yeah. Honorable Hunda.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. You touched my heart when you mentioned.
Honorable, you are fighting homosexuality, don't involve me. So be clear.
Right, right, Honorable Speaker. You brought up a very emotional matter that is extremely sensitive to our nation. When you referred to the accidents that have claimed lives of Ugandans. I'm the chairperson of Parliamentary Forum for Road Safety. I have found out, Right Honorable Speaker, that quite a number of our people in high positions, they have limited understanding of the magnitude this problem of accidents has on the nation. And when you go to the statistics, when you talk to the economists, they look at the loss the country incurs, it totals close to 5 trillion every year. And you can imagine, there's no country that can develop when it is losing 5 trillion every year. Look at our budget. Now, the type of lives that we lose, these are the active, economically active Ugandans who have got families, who have got businesses they are running, and all of a sudden, everything is put to a standstill. This is human capital we cannot replace easily. But unfortunately, these subtle matters, Right Honorable Speaker, they are not taken very seriously in our national planning framework, because this affects the budget. Right Honorable Speaker, I request you kindly that you allow some of us to visit Mulago Hospital and you see the real problem of these accidents. You just need only to have one day and you go and see how many dead bodies are being brought, how many broken limbs are being brought. You lose 18,000, imagine disabling 18,000 Ugandans every year. 18,000, it's a huge number. When it comes to the budgeting process, some of these issues which should be given attention, the safety, the road safety matters are not given attention in the budget. I implore you kindly, Right Honorable Speaker, we are organizing an international conference for the road safety in Africa. And Sub-Saharan Africa is hard hit, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to conclude this point. Sub-Saharan Africa in the entire world has got very few cars, the number of cars, the number of vehicles compared to other parts of the world. But we are the ones who lose the highest number of lives compared to other parts of the world. This is something we can control, Right Honorable Speaker. I beg that the Parliament gives visibility to this matter such that we can really mainstream issues of safety across the board.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Before I give my guidance on that, Honorable Kangwaji had approached me over the same issue.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, there is a matter you have talked about in your communication, the issue of accidents on Kampala, Masaka, Mbarara Road. And indeed, that stretch, as of now, it has become too much the lives of Ugandans. Right Honorable Speaker, yesterday when I was on my way coming from the village, I was following a taxi. When you reach Rukaya Stretch, there are like 4 potholes. They are big in size, deep, and they are too deadly. The taxi hit the pothole. It was just in air like this. Good enough, they landed safely. But when they landed like this, everyone went out of the taxi. Everyone had to go out to ease. Be sincere. That stretch is very deadly, right, Honorable Speaker. What I wanted to hear from the minister, you remember we are in the budget a process. I wanted to know from them whether they have it in their plan that that stretch is going to be worked on. Right, Honorable Speaker, the second point I had, you have been to Isinjiro. You have been to Isinjiro, I know, many times. The issue of Isinjiro Rakai Road is also a problem to Ugandans, Right, Honorable Speaker. 6 months back, the Right Honorable Prime Minister, together with the Minister of Finance, they committed themselves here on the floor of Parliament that indeed the government has managed to put money aside to do a feasibility study on that road. I wanted to know from them that if there is that plan in this very quarter, that indeed that road is going to be worked on. I wanted to know from that, Madam Right Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Honorable Minister of Finance, you wanted to comment on the same? Okay, but honorable colleagues, next week we shall be handling ministerial policy statement. Okay? And since the Minister for Works is not here and asks for permission, I think what we will do, let's ensure we tackle it that time. But Honorable Wunda, what I can say is the chairperson committee on infrastructure should give your forum an opportunity. Okay, an opportunity to present before them, but also the forum can scrutinize the budget, and you trace whether we are addressing concerns. Honorable Nathan Byanyima has been very instrumental in these issues. It's very important you link with him. You scrutinize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The policy statement that the minister read here was a dummy. He brought another one, different one, which I think he should even present. There is no money for road safety. There is no money for road to Isinjiro. Completely. This road of Isinjiro was in 2010, 2011 as a design, but it's not anywhere. These members of parliament will be shocked when they look at the policy statement for Minister of Works. There is virtually no money for any road at all.
We shall give it enough time and scrutinize it here. Next item.
Item number 3 on the order paper. Statements by ministers on.
I will allow only one, colleagues. Matters of national importance, I'm doing them tomorrow because we've taken a lot of time. I will allow only one matter of national importance because I postponed the colleague for wrong. Honorable Engineer.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, there is a growing tendency of schools extending learning hours all over the country. You find a nursery child waking up at 3 in the night, in the dark, prepared to go to school, and they have always slept in school vans. I had an incident recently. 3 kids were on a border around Clock Tower, and the one at the back slept off and a speeding car crashed him dead. You know, that kind of behavior is unacceptable. And therefore, I would like to call upon us all to make sure that we do work within the normal hours. Normal learning hours are basically between 8:30 to 4 p.m. But these days, the children come back at night. What are we doing? What are we studying? I got a petition.
Prayers.
I want to ask the minister in charge of education to tell us why do basically children learn beyond the normal learning hours. Then 3, I would like police to take charge and arrest all those parents and school vans that are taking children at night.
Honorable Minister for Education. Oh, he was here.
Additional prayer. Additional prayer.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Education has stepped out, but will be coming back to answer that question.
Thank you. The minister will give a response to this issue. It's a very, very serious issue. Colleagues in the public gallery this afternoon, we have pupils and teachers of Bunga Primary School from Makindye Division East, Kampala District. They are represented in Parliament by Honorable Nyeko Derek and Honorable Marende Shamim. They've come to observe proceedings. Please join me in welcoming them. Thank you. Colleagues, again, in the public gallery, we have students from various universities in Central Region under the umbrella TESO Student Development Association. They've come to observe proceedings of this house. Please join me in welcoming them. Thank you. Furthermore, we have former employees of the defunct East African community. They have come to observe proceedings of the house, and you remember we have the item on the order paper. Please join me in welcoming them. Thank you.
They have not been paid.
Yes. Is the Minister for Education, Honorable Peter Gwang, here? Yes. Item number 4. Clerk.
Item number 4 on the order paper. Motion for adoption of the report of the select committee on the inquiry into operations of the National Council of Sports.
Thank you. Honorable colleagues, you remember we said this is for tomorrow, but we wanted you to receive the statement from the minister so that you can also sleep over it. Then tomorrow we conclude the debate. So, Honorable Minister, please 10 minutes to present your statement. And if Chairperson Education Committee is here, would also present the one for stadiums.
Right Honorable Speaker, I beg your indulgence. I have 2 reports. Number 1 is on the stadiums, then there's a one specifically which is based on the issues of the probe, the National Council of Sports. So maybe you would guide me on which one I should submit first.
The one of the probe is part of the debate tomorrow.
Yes.
Now we need the one of study.
Okay, thank you very much. Right Honorable Speaker, first of all, honorable members, I would like to thank you for the support you give us as Minister of Education and Sports. Right Honorable Speaker, on the issues concerning why I'm here, it's specifically to answer on the 3 issues. Number 1 was the issue of Buhinga. Number 2 was the issue of Akibwa. Number 3 was the issue of Nambola. I would like to address myself to begin with Buhinga. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, on 30th September 2020, the Minister of Education and Sports signed a consultant contract with Infrastructure Cost and Management Consultant Limited for the detailed visibility studies, concept design, environmental stroke social impact assessment for Buhinga Stadium as one of the projects selected for funding by the People's Republic of China, following a receipt of a letter from dated 14th August 2019. Right Honorable Speaker, site handover was undertaken on 6 October 2020, presided over by then Minister of State for Education and Sports, accompanied by the technical personnel from the Minister of Education and Sports, together with Kabarelo District Local Government, political leadership, and technical leadership, who provided land for the proposed project. Honorable members, the proposed site of 45 acres is located in Chembogo Village, Rwenganjo Sub-County, Kabarole District. The consultant commenced the work on 7th October 2020 and completed it on 19th April 2021. The consultant scope of assignment entailed
A, preparation of inspection report, undertaking geotechnical soil investigations, cadastral stock topographical surveys, visibility stroke concept designs, environmental stroke social impact assessment report. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, the proposed scope stroke amenities included the following. A 26,000-seater stadium, an athletic track, artificial turf field, outdoor field, two courts for netball, 2 courts for volleyball, 2 courts for handball, 2 courts for basketball, 3 courts for tennis, a swimming pool, a fitness center stroke gym, external works, and a hotel of 100 guests. The consultant's cost estimate of constructing Buhinga Stadium was estimated at then at $64 million. Right Honorable Speaker, from the feasibility studies, Buhinga was found justifiable to contain a hotel given the tourism potential in the proposed project area for sustainability purposes through revenue collection. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, the detailed reports for feasibility study, concept design, and environmental stock social impact assessment for Buhinga Stadium were then submitted to Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development on 25th May 2021, awaiting for funding. As the Minister of Education is concerned, that's what I can say about the first project. The second project is the status on proposed Akibwa Olympic Stadium, Lira City. On 30th September 2020, the Minister of Education and Sports signed a consultant's contract with Habitat Consultants for detailed design, feasibility study, concept design, and environmental social impact assessment for Akibwa Olympic Stadium in Lira City as one of the projects selected for funding by the People's Republic of China following receipt of a letter from Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development dated 14th August 2019. Site handover was undertaken on 2nd October, presided over by my then colleague, Honorable Amson Obua, accompanied by the technical people from the Ministry of Education and Sports, together with the Lira District Local Government, political and technical leadership, who provided land for the proposed project. The proposed site is located on volume 123, folio 17, plot 5 to 21, along Okello Degree Road in Senior Quarters A, Central Division, Lira City. The land measures 18.455 hectares with a land title issued on 23rd July 2012. The consultants commenced works on 7th October 2020 and completed on 9th May 2021. The consultant's scope of assignment entailed preparation for an inspection report, undertaking geotechnical soil investigation, cadastral stroke topographical surveys, visibility stroke concept design, environmental stroke social impact assessment report. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, proposed scope stroke amenities. A, Akibwa was designed to have 30,000-seater athletic track, artificial turf, outdoor field, 2 netball courts, 2 volleyball courts, 2 handball courts, 2 basketball courts, 3 tennis courts, swimming pool, a fitness center. The consultant's cost estimate of constructing Akibwa Olympic Stadium was valued at $48 million. The detailed report for feasibility studies, concept design, and environmental social impact assessment for Akibwa Olympic Stadium was submitted to Finance on 25th May 2021, awaiting the funding. The last one, Right Honorable Speaker, is on the status report for the renovation of upgrade of Mandela National Stadium. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, the Confederation of African Football inspected Mandela National Stadium in preparation for the World Cup qualifiers matches in February 2020 and issued a report thereafter. The CAF report, April 2020, established that the stadium was not fit to host the national team matches for FIFA World Cup and AFCON qualifiers or the competition. The report recommended that the stadium is renovated and upgraded into international standards to host the qualifiers. The Cabinet and Parliament of Uganda appropriated respectively funds for the construction of boundaries and the renovation and upgrade of Mandela National Stadium, funding in financial year 2021-2022. An MOU was signed between the Minister of Education and Sports, Mandela National Stadium, and Minister of Defense and Veteran Affairs for the renovation, upgrade of Mandela National Stadium. That was on March 2nd, 2022 by the UPDF Engineering Brigade. In the pursuance of the MOU, 2 committees were appointed, that is to say, the Project Implementation Committee and the Project Management Committee for the execution of the project. Funding. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, the Parliament of Uganda appropriated 31 billion in the financial year 2021-2022 budget and an additional supplementary funding of 67.20 billion for the renovation and upgrade of the stadium and the recurrent expenditure. The stadium received 80.137 billion, that is 82% towards the close of the financial year 2021-2022, as on June 13th June 2022. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, as per the MOU, 28,214 was released to the Minister of Defense and Veteran Affairs on June 20th, 2022. The UPDF Engineering Brigade got the funds in July 2022 and commenced works in August 2023. Following the liaison with the contractor and the supervisor, the Minister of Works below is a brief status of the works and procurements. The project performance for civil works out of 40 as of now stands at 32%. The procurements which will conclude in the 2 months' time stands at 68%. So Right Honorable Speaker, that's what I can say as far as the status report is concerned. I thank you, honorable members.
Thank you. Honorable Komake.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, it's within our knowledge that there is a committee report on Akiboa Stadium and Buhinga. The procedure matter I'm raising on is the minister giving us a committee report or a ministerial statement. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Honorable colleagues, the minister was asked to present this statement on the floor. He was asked. So once we assign a minister to bring a statement and he brings it, I give him space. But also that's why I was looking for the education committee chairperson. I've been looking for them. I want them to also present their report. We have one debate at once and we conclude these matters, not coming back and forth. Okay? So since Honorable Saira, Machoy, are you on that committee?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, I and Honorable Macho sit on that committee. We have witnesses before us on the issue of ministerial policy statements. We decided that some of us come here to attend to House, whereas the matters continue there. But our chair will be coming here to notify you of our preparedness. And we are ready indeed to deliver the report of the committee. And what the minister is bringing will be good to complement the work of the committee. And people will consume the result. Thank you.
Thank you. Because I wanted, if the chair had given you permission to read it, any member of the committee would read the report, you know?
I can be given a minute to go and consult
No,
with him. I come back.
Apparently does know that.
Yes.
Okay. So let's, Honorable Kayemba Soro.
Yes, thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. And I thank the minister.
No, Honorable, we are not discussing anything.
Of course, but I want something.
If it's a procedure matter, if it's what, please. Discussion is tomorrow.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you. The honorable colleagues, I think we go to the next item. If the chair comes, I will give them a chance. they present. Honorable Kabusu Moses.
Mr. Speaker, whereas the ministerial, the statement of the minister concerned the 3 stadium, my interest was that the minister should have said something about Unachivo Stadium, Mr. Speaker. At least
Those are issues for tomorrow, Honorable.
a one-sentence statement about Unachivo Stadium.
Those are issues you will raise tomorrow. Honorable Macho.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, thank you. I would like to guide my brother Kabuso that in our comprehensive report, we have all that as
Very
the
good.
Committee of Education.
Thank you. Next, yes, Honorable Jonathan.
Mr. Speaker, sir, tomorrow, to avoid going back and forth, if I listen to the Minister of Sports, the Ministry of Finance has an issue to clarify. And I thought that as we come tomorrow, the Ministry of Finance should come and update us on the proposals that were already submitted, because if I ask tomorrow, they will ask for another time to come ahead. So maybe we put them on notice now that as we discuss, because we are so passionate, the proposal for Akibwa Stadium is before you and the rest. So let the Minister of Finance also come tomorrow ready to address that specific matter.
Thank you. The minister is listening attentively, and I've seen he has taken notes. So next item, Honorable Sasaga.
Yeah, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, as the minister comes tomorrow, we could also be privileged to hear his plan as far as equipping all districts in Uganda with sporting activities and gaming activities. Because it could be good that each district in Uganda, at least if it had like a stadium or a mini stadium or one stop over school, which can have all equipments which schools can use in that area. Sports academy or stadium, he could also come comprehensively and talk about it in his plan.
It seems colleagues want to give the minister more and more assignments. Next item.
Item number 5 on the order paper. Motion for adoption of the report of the Committee on Environment and Natural Resources on the emergency total shutdown of Simba Hydropower Plant.
Thank you. Honorable Chair, I read through your report and members read through the report. Go straight, because most of the issues were even overtaken by time. So let's use 15 minutes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity, and thank you for putting our report on the order paper. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, before I present my report, I beg to lay on table the minutes of the proceedings of the committee in respect of the matter, together with the contract document for the provision of consultant services as owner's engineer for Isimba Hydropower Project between UEGCL, Uganda Electricity Generation Company Limited, and Atelia and others. I beg to lay. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, this assignment was committed to us way back in August, but last year. But Right Honorable Speaker, I want to say that the recommendations of this committee are very much alive, although this matter has taken quite long. So allow me to take honorable members through the introduction. Right Honorable Speaker, during the plenary sitting of August 18th, 2022, the Honorable Dr. Ruth Nankabra Sentamu, the Minister of Energy and Mineral Development, made a statement to this Parliament on the emergency total shutdown of the 183 megawatt Isimba hydropower plant located in Kayunga district. Following the debate that ensued on the matter, the presiding officer referred the matter to the Committee on Environment and Natural Resources for further investigation. In response, Right Honorable Speaker, the Committee on Environment and Natural Resources undertook an oversight field visit on September 6, 2022 to the power plant in Kayunga to investigate the circumstances surrounding the emergency shutdown. This is the committee report being presented in accordance to Rule 189A and E of our rules of procedure. Right, Honorable Speaker, just by way of background.
No, go to page 4, Honorable.
Okay, thank you,
Please,
Right
we
Honorable
don't-
Speaker.
We have our elders here. We want to handle
guidance.
the issue of East African.
Most
community.
obliged, Right Honorable Speaker. Now, on page 4, Right Honorable Speaker, I will take members through the committee observations and recommendations. Regarding flooding of the powerhouse, the committee was informed that on August 8, 2022, Isimba powerhouse flooded and some equipment was affected. One of the generating units, that is Unit 3, had been put out of use to allow the contractor to undertake routine maintenance. Additionally, Right Honorable Speaker, at the time of the incident, there were other scheduled works that were ongoing at the powerhouse. These included installation and testing of the equipment for improving safety in the powerhouse, as had been supplied by the contractor. As the operations and maintenance team at the Uganda Electricity Generation Company Limited was attempting to install the equipment, the control gate at the inlet to turbine number 3 malfunctioned, which caused a large volume of water to flow uncontrolled into the powerhouse and flooded it instantly. The committee was also informed that the power plant has an automated system with control and protection mechanisms, as well as flood sensors, which were triggered to ensure staff safety, protection of equipment, and prevention of potential dam failure. Whereas the signal to shut down came in just before the flooding, the crane at the gate failed to respond to the signal, and so the UEGCL operations and management team had to shut it down manually. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, the time lapse between the crane failure and manual shutdown caused the flooding within the powerhouse, although the manual shutdown ensured that further flooding was prevented. The equipment that got wet was taken to Namamve Thermal Power Plant for drying and was fully restored to good working condition. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, at the time of the committee's visit, the only restoration aspect that remained was repainting of the affected walls in the powerhouse. The committee was also informed that a joint technical team was in place to investigate the cause of the submergence of the power plant equipment. This technical team included the engineering board, owner's engineer, Uganda Electricity Generation Company Limited, Uganda Electricity Transmission Company Limited, and the Electricity Regulatory Authority, ERA. Furthermore, the committee was informed that the contractor is doing an independent investigation on the same matter. The committee observed that by the time of our visit, there was no conclusion on the exact cause of the flooding at Isimba Hydropower Plant, and the investigation on the matter was still ongoing. So that in our interaction with the stakeholders, we noted with concern the circumstances surrounding the shutdown. The committee noted that at the time of the incident, the contractor had caused the use of a new construction method to create a platform for accessing the draft tube, which procedure may have triggered the malfunctioning of the gate lifting crane, thus causing it to fail to close in the required time, leading to the flooding of the powerhouse. 3, the committee further observed that the plant operations manual had not been fully handed over to the Uganda Electricity Generation Company Limited, that is the operator of the power plant, leading to concerns over the credibility of UEGCL's operations at the plant. 4, the committee further notes that there is no comprehensive national policy on dam safety practices in the country, which in the long run exposes power infrastructure to risks and limited responses to manage the risks. The committee therefore recommends as follows: that the joint technical team and the contractor should expedite the investigation process over the actual cause of the flooding at the powerhouse so as to find a lasting solution to dam failures and avoid similar incidents in the future. 2, the committee also recommends that the contractor fully hands over the plant operations manual to the operator, that is UEGCL, so as to aid the smooth running of the power plant. 3, the committee further recommends that a comprehensive policy on dam safety practices be developed by the Ministry of Energy. Regarding duration of the power shutdown, the committee, Right Honorable Speaker, was informed.
Honorable Chair.
Yes.
Now let's make it very simple. Go on committee observations and recommendations. What you are informed, that one we've read, with observation, recommendation.
Okay, thank you for your guidance, Right Honorable Speaker. So regarding the duration of the power shutdown, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, the committee noted that UEGCL restored normalcy of supply of electricity within 3 weeks as per the minister's statement to Parliament. The committee further noted that while Isimba was down, UEGCL and UETCL optimized the generation capacity of available power plants across the country, as well as implementation of a load shedding schedule to balance power demand and supply and to ensure grid stability was achieved and sustained. The committee therefore recommends that all baseload generation facilities should be efficiently designed to allow them to be easily started and dispatched to the grid within the shortest time possible. In respect to electricity generation capacity in comparison to demand, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, the committee observed that Uganda has sufficient generation capacity to meet its current demand. However, there is suppressed demand where potential end users are not able to get connected to the national grid due to inadequate transmission infrastructure to evacuate electricity from hydropower plants and lack of distribution infrastructure for the last mile connections. Failure to evacuate electricity implies that generation facilities will operate below their optimum levels to match the available demand. 2, the committee additionally observed that government of Uganda also incurs costs of deemed energy for capacity that is produced but not evacuated as per the signed power purchase agreements. For instance, Achua 1 and Achua 2 collectively have an installed capacity of 83 megawatts, but only 8 megawatts is evacuated due to inadequate transmission capacity. 2, with the country having excess hydroelectricity capacity, the committee observed that the stoppage of power export to Kenya and employment of costly interventions such as the use of thermal electricity from Namamve thermal power plant during the emergency shutdown of Isimba is not a lasting solution to power blackouts. 3, the committee further observed that with the Isimba having a plant factor of 65%, it cannot fully generate its installed capacity. This under design is an inefficiency limiting the maximum power that can be generated from this facility, yet the Uganda taxpayer has to repay a loan for an 183.2 megawatt facility that can only deliver 65% of that capacity. That is 118.95 megawatts. The committee therefore recommends as follows: that government of Uganda should fund the existing grid development plan so as to improve the transmission network that will seamlessly evacuate all generated power onto the main grid. Two, that the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development and its agencies should prioritize funding of last mile connections so as to offtake the available excess electricity. Three, that the design for power plants should be rigorously scrutinized before they are approved to ensure that the most efficient designs are selected so that the country gets the most value for money out of construction of power projects. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, I now move to outstanding defects and the defect liability period for Isimba. The committee observed as follows. The committee raised concern over the many defects. Initially, over 700 defects were identified at the power plant, yet it is still new, and there are still some incomplete works at the dam, thus questioning the integrity of the dam structure. Of major concern are the spillway concrete damages and the required repairs. The committee notes that the spillway is at the heart of the functionality of the dam. Without a fit-for-purpose spillway, the integrity of the dam is highly compromised. The committee further observed that the remedial works recommended for the spillway will overshoot the contract's defect liability period and will therefore necessitate special arrangements for their defect liability period. Two, the committee notes with concern the erosion of the concrete underneath the spillway and question the competence of the contractor and the quality of materials and workmanship that had been used in its construction. The hydropower plant was only commissioned in 2019, but the impact of the erosion is grave. The concrete materials are washed away and the spillway is standing on the metals, which indicates a compromise on the quality of materials used. Three, the committee noted that during its last visit in December 2021, Unit 3 of the dam was not operational as it was when we undertook this assignment. The committee notes that Ministry's explanation that the commissioning of Unit 3 in July 2022 was affected by the emergency shutdown does not hold, since the flooding occurred in August 2022, when the unit should have been operational. Further, the explanation that the unit was under routine maintenance may not hold, since the unit had not been switched on. Four, the committee was further concerned over the fact that Uganda Electricity Generation Company Limited had borne the cost of the repairs at the dam following the flooding that had occurred at the powerhouse. Yet the project is still under the defects liability period, and therefore this cost should have been borne by the contractor. The committee was further concerned on why the project insurance policy under the defect liability period was not being effected in managing the emergency, thus making UEGCL incur the cost of the repairs amounting to Ugandan shillings 560 million. The committee therefore recommends as follows: that a detailed model development and design analysis should be undertaken to inform the root cause of the damage to the spillway and facilitate implementation of a permanent solution in accordance with the employer's requirements in the contract. 2, the committee also recommends that all defects identified, including the spiral case and draft tube concrete treatment, defects on the embankment dam, should be expeditiously addressed within the defect liability period. 3, the committee further recommends that the contractor should mobilize and ship in required materials and equipment and mobilize technical staff to carry out remedial works expeditiously. Therefore, the contractor should carry out dry pit concrete repairs to ensure a more robust spillway. 4, the committee also recommends that UEGCL, that's Uganda Electricity Generation Company Limited, expedites the process of recovering the 560 million Ugandan shillings incurred in the repair of the plant from the contractor. 5, the committee also recommends that the contractor should be penalized for non-performance as per the contract agreement. 6, the committee also recommends that high-level bilateral engagements between the government of Uganda and the People's Republic of China should continue to ensure that the project is successfully implemented. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, I've been informed that these engagements have been going on between our government and the Republic of China. Right Honorable Speaker, I now move to the issues of competence, and the committee observed as follows. The committee noted with concern that there have been lapses in the supervision of the Isimba Dam project, whereas the contractor has continuously failed to meet project timelines and is still grappling with addressing defects 4 years after the project should have been completed. There were also supervisory challenges. Government of Uganda should have keenly considered the competency of Energy Infratech, that is the owner's engineer, to supervise Isimba before signing a contract with it as the owner's engineer. 2, the committee further observed that the time lapse between the termination of Energy Infratech and hiring a new owner's engineer had UEGCL supervising the project for a whole year as owner's engineer was being pursued. This further exposed the project to inadequate supervision as evidenced by failure to follow up the contractor. This has contributed to perpetual structural and mechanical problems that have continued to affect the smooth operations of the Isimba hydropower plant, starting even before the contractor finished the construction works. The committee therefore recommends as follows: that government of Uganda should ensure that due diligence of such strategic projects is free of flaws, and where possible, internationally approved companies be selected for supervision in order to optimize value for money for the country. 2, the committee also recommends that staff of ministries, departments, and agencies, if found to have tampered with the process of due diligence, should be punished. 3, the committee also recommends that Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development should ensure that teams of competent staff are deployed for strategic projects and they fully participate at all stages of the project implementation. 4, the committee also recommends that capacity of key project staff in the ministries, departments, and agencies overseeing hydropower projects should be enhanced through training and attainment and attachment to projects of a similar nature. I will now move, Right Honorable Speaker, on delays in installation of a log boom. A log boom, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, is a structural facility that traps any debris such as floating islands, logs, stones from entering the dam. So on that one, up to now, whereas it was part of the contract to construct a log boom to trap all debris and prevent them from entering the dam, up to now, no log boom has been constructed. So the committee observed as follows: that the delay in constructing a log boom for the dam puts it at a high risk of damage, considering that the country is already facing effects of climate change characterized by severe storms and the resultant floods. The floods in turn carry debris and waste into the water bodies, which can easily end up in the dam. The committee therefore recommends as follows. The committee recommends that the contractor expedites the process of constructing the log boom according to the specifications agreed to in the contract. 2, the committee also recommends that the Attorney General should guide the government on the matter of constructing the log boom for the dam, considering that the defects liability period was to end in March this year, which means it has already ended. And yet the construction of the log boom has not yet started. I will now move, Right Honorable Speaker, to contractors' all risk insurance. The committee observed that the contractor lacked an up-to-date contractors' all risk insurance. Lack of this insurance exposes the project to financial risk. The committee therefore recommends that China International Water and Electric Corporation, that is the contractor, should expeditiously have an up-to-date contractor's all risk insurance. In respect to integrity of Isimba Hydropower Plant, the committee observed that Isimba Hydropower Plant has been riddled with a number of challenges, such as at least 300 defects that are yet to be resolved, including structural defects at the spillway, incomplete works like the log boom that I've just alluded to, lapses in supervision, where the owner's engineer's contract was terminated without a replacement owner's engineer, periodic extensions for the project completion date for over 4 years now, which was actually the maximum that it could be extended to, and the recent flooding of the powerhouse. These issues continue to cast doubt on the overall integrity of the dam structure and whether the project will be able to operate optimally and achieve its lifespan of at least 50 years. Additionally, Right Honorable Speaker, following the flooding of the powerhouse in August 2022, a joint technical team was put in place to investigate the incident. The committee, however, notes that the responsible managers and officers at the time of the incident are under the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development and UEGCL. Yet they are the same people who are part and parcel of the committee put in place to investigate the matter. And therefore, there may be conflict of interest. Best practice requires for an independent investigator to handle such a case. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, the committee recommends as follows: that an independent technical evaluation team of Isimba Hydropower Plant be constituted by government to ascertain the integrity of the project before the facility is handed over to government of Uganda. In conclusion, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, the flooding of Isimba Hydropower Plant was an unfortunate occurrence that plunged the country into a period of load shedding. Our own UEGCL and other local partners on the ground, however, managed to bring the situation under control within 2 hours. This reflects on the capacity we have locally developed over the years. Notwithstanding that, however, the incident exposed a number of challenges that the plant still faces, as I've already alluded to. To date, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, the exact cause of the flooding of the powerhouse has not been established and investigations are still ongoing. However, it is generally believed that it was caused by the use of a new construction method that could have triggered the malfunctioning of the sluice gates. The flooding incident, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, unearthed the fact that although Uganda has a generation capacity of close to 1,400 megawatts of electricity, the farm capacity and available capacity is only close to 900 megawatts. Moreover, the country is not able to evacuate all its power to its end users. This explains why the country went into load shedding. It is therefore important to note, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, that although Isimba Hydropower Plant was commissioned in 2019, some works have not yet commenced, and there are many defects to be rectified. The credibility of this facility, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, largely depends on the ability of the parties to rectify these defects and to successfully implement the employer's specifications in the contract documents at the contract set cost. This will consequently deliver a generating facility that will be reliable, robust, and fit for purpose. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, I beg to submit.
Thank you, Honorable Chair and members of the Natural Resources Committee. Honorable Minister, before I open up debate, would you love to do a 5-minute response?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker and colleagues. I appreciate the submission of the chairman of the committee, which was set up to investigate what happened when the plant closed down as a spirit of what happened in that time, because water entered in the plant and caused lots damages. But since then, even when he's reading,
can you switch on, Honorable Minister?
we were continuing to discuss with the contractors, and there was intervention by government, especially HE, who convened a meeting on 25th of October. He convened a meeting, he invited the ambassador to the Republic of China with the constructors to say, this is now disastrous to the country. What are you going to do? The contractors say they are doing everything possible to rectify the issues, and they will continue to do so in order to establish the integrity of the plant. So on that day, that is on 25th of October 2023, after calling this person, they agreed measures to ensure that all outstanding works were undertaken by the contractor. As we talk now, the initial emergency repair works for the spillway have been undertaken, and the owner's engineer, together with the contractors' design teams, are undertaking design reviews to ensure that the permanent solution is in accordance with the employer's requirements to guarantee the long-term fitness for purpose of the spillway. As we speak now currently, the plant is generating at its installed capacity of 183 megawatts. That is what is happening now, but we shall continue to move around to look at all the defects and it has been agreed in that meeting. So we think once we establish the integrity and fitness for a long time, things will be okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Mshemeza, Amorata, DP, Nikiana. Oh, I've not yet picked. No, Shadow Minister, you're a member of the committee. So I can't give you. Mukono, Jantonde, Bugore, Karubanga. No. Yes. Oh, no, Martin Mzada, you're the MP for the area? Please, then you shouldn't speak. Then I'll give you an opportunity.
Thank you.
2 minutes
Honorable
each for
Speaker.
Riggs.
I thank the committee for its presentation. As far as I know, this is the first time since the building of Owen Forest Dam, we have had this kind of flooding. And I'm very reluctant to trust the Joint Verification Committee and the contractor on the investigation they are doing. I'm inclined to suggest that we need the independent investigative team right now. Even your recommendation that we should have an independent team before handover, that would be very late. We needed to do it now. The government needs to undertake it now. If we don't, even your recommendations will fall flat because you are talking of a compensation, you are talking of engagement of the government of Republic of China. On what basis are you going to demand that kind of compensation? So we need an independent committee or whatever we'll call it by the government to carry out thorough investigation. This will now reinforce whether even in the future, we should not give such a contractor an opportunity to engage in construction of other dams.
Thank you.
And to also give us a firm foundation on how we can say, we demand this before the handover, because that would be very late. Thank you.
Thank you.
Honorable
Colleagues,
Speaker.
I picked you so you know your order. Honorable Court to take. 2 minutes each, Kirak, please take note.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I would like to first thank the chair of the committee for doing a good job within your limitation. I am very happy that you did make admissions that as we talk now, we were not able to establish the real cause of the flooding. But I have a couple of issues that I would want to put forth. Colleagues with me in the House who have a background in legal profession will know that liability in acts of negligence as it is, or apparent as it is, which Attorney General will appreciate in the case of Donoghue versus Stevenson. And if a matter is not a matter of force majeure as it is, we appreciate that persons who, or corporations who have liability should be held accountable from the beginning. I have seen our own engineer, at the time they were supervising the project, they had professional assignments. They did not perform such assignments. And the committee probably in their report did not see any reason to have them be asked to account for the professional negligence. They did, because at that time they had to supervise and they didn't supervise and for any punishment. But when I
Honorable, you don't add yourself time. you request for it. You see, he's a shadow deputy speaker, so I'm allowing him to conclude.
Oh, thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. When I speak here, I do not only speak as a person on that field, but as a land friend. I'm capable of advising on many other matters. But what I want to say is the committee did deal with the defects at the plant, and most especially the flood gate, but did not deal with the auxiliary matters that were incident to the flooding. I sit at a low-lying area of Lake Yoga. The flooding at Isimba has an impact in my constituency. All our gardens, all gardens along the Kyoga belt are flooded, are now being termed as wetlands. Yet these were former highlands that persons were cultivating. But the report in itself is lacking to that effect. The auxiliary effects of the flooding was not captured. And I wish that if the committee that must be established must be given technical capacity to do a comprehensive assessment to deal with the overall effect of this. But very lastly, I would want to think that the Isimba Dam is a time bomb. It's a non-starter. It will not work for the 50-year project. And if we must do, the government should negotiate with the contractor and parties break the ties and recommend new contractors to perform the new project. I do submit. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You see, honorable colleagues, if you look at the report, which was done in November, and I'm sorry we've taken long to have it on the order paper, I expected a different kind of response from the minister. Minister, by now you should have really done, much more. It's over 6 months. You could have done much more, and maybe a substantive update, not just referring to a meeting with the minister, which the president had with the contractors, should give us real confidence that the dam is in a good state. Honorable Minister, I'll give you a chance at the end. Okay.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me also thank the committee for this work. Their report highlights not just only Isimba issues, but the overall issues of electricity in this country. Mr. Speaker, sir, they have highlighted 700 defects in their report. And some of these defects go to the core function of the dam. Mr. Speaker, when the minister came, and true to your words, he has taken it very orally. May I request through you, Mr. Speaker, that the minister lays on table any report from which he has drawn that conclusion. Whether the report comes from engineers, let him lay it on the table so that we debate things that are factual. Mr. Speaker, sir, let me just end by the fact that there was already a defect liability period which has already ended. And that has an effect on the overall contract between government of Uganda and that company. Can Attorney General advise us in view of this? What does it mean? And what can Parliament do to rescue the loss that we are about to see? I thank you very much.
Thank you. Tatiana.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the chairperson for the report he has made. I want to note the most important thing, the 700 defects. And also I note what the minister responded about those defects. Mr. Speaker, it is very difficult that 700 defects can be repaired and put good, that right now the Isimba Dam is producing what is supposed to be produced. That is actually difficult. Secondly is the loan. I would expect that the committee would recommend that for now, we stop wasting taxpayers' money to continue paying when we have already discovered the defects until the whole matter is sorted out. Because this is a big matter, it's a security threat, it's a problem to the taxpayers to continue paying when actually we are not getting value for money. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, is the integrity of the whole dam. I don't know if they repair, we will get what we are supposed to get and last for 50 years. In my mind, I think what should be done is to renegotiate the whole project and a new dam be constructed for the good of the taxpayers. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank you, Chair, and the committee for the report. My clarification or what the report missed out is, I don't know whether the committee was privy to information about the contract between the owners engineers and the Simba Dam. Because at some point in time, you say you terminated the contract of the engineer. Later, you got another contract with another probably engineer. So how do you match the two contracts? And what are how did you go through all that detail? Legally, it doesn't bind. You can't have the other contract, not even penalizing the other engineer. Later on, you're getting another engineer into another contract without finalizing this one. I beg to submit.
Thank you. Muzare.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Chairperson, thank you for the report. Right Honorable Speaker, in every contract, there are agreed positions. One, on contracts of this nature, we always have a consultant. And the purpose of the consultant is always to guide the employer. We have bills of quantities. We have a performance guarantee. We have a contract period, and we have a defects liability period. If by now we are saying that government has already paid out money to where the expected performance is not achieved, Mr. Chair, Right Honorable Speaker, I think we're just being lenient to our civil servants. Right Honorable Speaker, even to the contractor, the performance guarantee can be cashed out. And that is one way of guaranteeing the employer. Right Honorable Speaker, because of time, the chairman talked about failure to evacuate power from one station to another. But Right Honorable Speaker, even in areas where the grid line is, we are still experiencing blackout, load shedding. Yet we are producing a lot of power and we are paying for it. Can the chairperson explain as to why, or the minister, I don't know, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I just want to add on my voice to what my Honorable. Just have a small complaint, much as these are problems that you're already experiencing. For us in the up countries, we are the worst affected. You find that we have several blackouts. In my district, out of 7 days in a week, you find that maybe you only have power for 1 day. Those who are dealing, the small scale millers are suffering. You find the whole week people are suffering. We're having pressure from our voters. We pray that let the people who handle this issue of electricity, let them see it like a very serious matter and help us handle it seriously. I thank you.
Yantonde.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the team that made the report. Mr. Speaker, the committee makes very interesting observations that we have already been actually discussed in the previous sittings related to deemed energy. Our capacity is at 1,300 something, but what the demand is at 830, meaning that almost 500 megawatts are not put to good use. One, either because we are lacking evacuation lines and other factors. The Honorable Minister, what I expected from the minister was to tell us how far they have gone, because last year here we budgeted 113 billion towards deemed energy costs. How far have you gone with the evacuation lines for Atra 1 and Atra 2 as per the report? If you look at page 8, they are still telling us that up to now nothing has been done, and yet money was allocated to that. How long are we going to lose money for unutilized energy? And the Honorable Minister comes here, does not tell us the way forward or what he expects to achieve in the near future or even in the long run to deal with this problem. Number two, Mr. Speaker, there was an issue of 560 million paid after the flooding on page 9, I think. I'm not understanding if we are still under the liability defect, the defect period. Why are we paying 560 million in costs? That is already affecting the budget of Uganda Electricity Generation Company, and yet we are still in the liability period. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Karubanga, then Mugore, then Ik.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I'd like to thank the committee for the work, especially in identifying the defects during the defects liability period. But on the issue of flooding, Right Honorable, first of all, I've realized that the committee did not interface with the contractor. And therefore, if you didn't hear from the contractor and you say you want him to pay for the costs of maintenance UEDCL incurred, that's 560 million, I think that one would not be in order. If they had listened to the contractor, I think the story would have been different. Right Honorable Speaker, the issue of further investigations, I also don't really support it. One, dammed flood, and the main causes are human error, and through there's a window they call a draft tube, and that is during maintenance. When you read the report, you realize that there is information which was not given to the committee. To me, really, I feel would have saved a lot, even the committee, if we say there was a human error and we call it a day, because really, when you see the recommendation, you can't pay when you have not listened to the other party. So to me, I really worked in dams, power stations. I have enough experience. This business of saying, of course, Simba had challenges, but this business of saying, because it has a lot of defects, therefore it should be charged, I think it should not work. If there was a human error, the volume of water is too much sometimes, and it overwhelms the dewatering systems. So it happens. If it happened.
Mugore.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Mine will be majorly clarification. Because the chair says by the time of signing this report, the investigation was not yet over. The investigations are still going on. Was it at that time or even now? There is no report about that. That's the clarity I wanted to have. And secondly, this crane valve, the presupposition which my colleague says is that there is the presupposition that the dam can flood. That's why there's that sensor. But now, has that crane gate valve been tested? Because the other time it failed and they had to use manual in order to shut the crane valve. Technically, from the ministry, we would like a report to know whether they have now tested that it can automatically do shut, or we shall be continuing with a standby person to shut it down in the event that there is an overflow. That is the clarity I wanted to have. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I represent the dark constituency where there is no power. Because the entire E-County, there is no power completely. And all the schools, they don't have any power. So I have been writing to the ministry since 2018. They have never responded to me. I have been going there. They have been promising to go and assess. They have never gone for any assessment. So I just want to know from my elder, the minister, whether we are also in the current plan for us also to get power for the first time in history. I thank you.
Choma.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the committee for the good report. And I want to agree with the committee that indeed the flooding of our Hydropower project was very unfortunate. Now, I also appreciate the raw capacity that has been built because of this project, as indicated in the report, that actually what happened was managed to be brought to control by UGECR and the local partners. Now, this is a very magnificent project of a strategic nature involving the strategic investment decisions and financing decisions. And any slight disruption leads to a lot of losses. What they did was basically preventive
procedure.
Right Honorable Speaker, I have attended debates in this house before, and most often when a matter is as crucial as this, where a country is about to lose money and persons put in positions of responsibility must take actions and must also be seen to be taking actions. I've observed the minister, I'd walked out, but the minister has sat in situ, ajar, redundant, not even taking any note of this beautiful debate that is being said. I wonder whether we shall get responses that are qualified when the minister is redundant. Is the minister in order? Are we proceeding well?
Thank you. Now, Honorable, I have no way of judging whether the minister is grasping each and every issue onto his medulla oblongata or not. So, but he seems alert. Honorable Minister, keep alert. As long as you deliver on the answers and the responses here. I don't have capacity to judge him, but it's a reminder from a honorable colleague that we are handling very serious issues and would want very serious responses and attention. Honorable Chairman.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. These floods can be as a result of human error, but it can also be really the intermittent nature of the river flows. Now, to the minister, maybe it can now become alert. What was done by UGCR and our local partners was simply preventive measures. No, rather corrective measures. Can we hear from you? Because it is bound to happen again. Can we hear from you about the detective measures you put in place, as well as the preventive measures, so that it should not happen again? I thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the committee for this report. However, I have these few comments to make, Right Honorable Speaker. One, contract must clearly put out the terms and conditions. And then if there are issues, what are the mitigation measures that is put in that contract so that the interests of all parties are taken care of? But Right Honourable Speaker, I have a question on how the contracts in this nation is drafted. If you look at the SGS, if you look at the Lobowa, if you look at the coffee, do we take care of the interests of this nation? Especially the people who draft contracts on behalf of this country. This is a question that must be answered because sometimes errors are committed, and then how do we come out of it? Sometimes our hands are tied in the agreements that are already signed. So unless we address issues of how contracts are drafted and put the interests of this country first, then we shall be talking on issues that can safeguard the taxpayer. I thank you.
Kanungu.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I want to thank the committee for the good report they have produced, which is elaborate. In Kanungu, we have a major issue. I don't know whether it's being affected, it's caused by the Simba flooding. Every day, whether it threatens to rain, we get a power shutdown. All the time, whether the crowds change in Kanungu, we get a power shutdown, we get blackouts. People who have small TVs, people who have refrigerators are all burnt down. And our major problem we have in Kanungu, we have a lot of poles, electric poles, which have wires, but they are not connected. And we have no transformers. Generally in Kanungu, we don't have electricity. You're right, Honourable Speaker. I want the minister to answer why Kanungu we have only electric poles with wires without electricity. Thank you.
Thank you. Is it Budievo?
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, as my colleague said, Honourable Mugole, I would like also to be clarified because due to Simba flooding in my constituency of Diego, I still have 2 camps because people were displaced. And these people, they are suffering up to now. So far it is coming to 2 years. Which plan do the minister has for these people? And even the committee, did you investigate more about that and to see how can these people be helped? Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Thank you. But colleagues, we are debating a report of the committee. Now we've gone into AOB. No, Honourable Minister. Honourable Minister. Rob, read the read of opposition. So something then, Honourable Minister. Because I'm seeing we've started requesting for electricity in our area.
Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, the Simba National, the Simba project for me is a national disaster in waiting. Because this was commissioned in March 2019. We are talking about April 2023, 4 full years, and we are still talking about defects and liabilities. Right Honourable Speaker, this should have taken only 2 years. 2 years of defects and liability, but now it is 4 years. 4 years. So, Right Honourable Speaker, if you look at the report of the committee, it is talking about defects, remedial work, showing that the construction didn't do a good job. The contractor didn't do a good job. Right Honourable Speaker, the ministry has never come here to tell us what the problem is. Of course, I have other issues which are not part of this with the minister in respect to mining in Buheju, where the daughter has displaced very many people in my constituency, but that will be for another day. But he has not come here to deal with this situation before. Right Honourable Speaker, this is no longer an issue of Ministry of Energy. Now it has become a security threat, and therefore we should take it as that. the minister should come and tell us whether you're engaging the government of China to do renegotiation. For now, really, you're not doing much. Right, Honorable Speaker, taxpayers are losing money. And mind you, this was a contract that was awarded in the State House. There was no advert. They sat and agreed. Now we are paying money. Right, Honorable Speaker, our concern is the rock boom is not yet constructed. Yet it's very important for the integrity of this dam. This is very dangerous, right, Honorable Speaker. Finally, since we are paying money, even before we can deal with the liability that we are involved in now, I think, like somebody suggested, the paying should stop. Then we work on the defects first if we can, and then you can talk about payment. Otherwise, paying money now would really tantamount to costing the taxpayers money. And for me, I wouldn't support such an irregularity. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honourable Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues. You see, we came here to listen so that we can answer you in written, because this is a very important business of the House. Power is the economy itself. If it is not there, then the economy is in shambles. And that's why I said, all those which have been raised, be on the Hansard and go and sit and bring a comprehensive report, even showing you what we have so far done to make the dam achieve its capacity of 183 megawatts. Otherwise, you will not be there. Then we shall now show you what we are doing about the integrity in the future and everything else. This just give me a day when I should come and we mention all these things.
Thank you.
Because the people are really stressing this, and they are stressing the importance of this source, and therefore we need it answered completely. And
thank you. Thank you, Honourable Minister.
So that to your satisfaction.
Honourable Chair, a minute, you want to clarify something?
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker and the honorable colleagues, most of the questions really were for the Honorable Minister. One, to update us on what has been done, because it's a long time since our committee undertook this investigation. And as far as we've been hearing from the ministry, quite a lot of interaction has been undertaken between the ministry and the contractor. For example, we are told that the repairs of the spillway has been, some emergency repairs have been undertaken, but the contractor is undertaking a new modeling to see how the spillway will not again get corroded, so that they can do a dry repair, which means they will have to block water, go down there again when there is no water, and then undertake another construction altogether in order to ensure integrity. Secondly,
No, please, Chair, please.
Secondly,
Mr. Chair.
I am also aware.
Chair, kindly take your seat. These are issues which your committee is going to follow up on. These are issues because you see your report is around 6 months. So let the minister appear before your committee and clarify on these issues. Then you incorporate it in your report then we discuss it here. Otherwise, we are going to keep doing this. You're the supervising committee, so ensure the minister appears before your committee and you conclude on these issues. When you are doing the ministerial policy statement, we conclude, you answer all these issues. Okay? Our colleagues, now I put the question that the report of the Committee on Environment and Natural Resources on the emergency total shutdown of the Simba hydropower plant be adopted. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. The ayes have it. Honorable Byanyima, you were not sure. So, colleagues, so now committee for up. Committee for up, anytime you can raise all these issues on the floor. Because you're the one supervising, we cannot handle all these details. So clerk, extract this report, pass it on to the committee, chairperson, and the minister, so that there is a comprehensive response to these issues and handle that committee level.
Most obliged, Right Honorable.
Thank you.
We shall summon the ministry and get an update to present to this house.
Thank you. Next
sir.
item.
Item number 6 on the order paper. Motion for adoption of the report of the Committee on Staff and Community Affairs on the delayed payment of pension, gratuity, interest, and other terminal benefits to former employees of the defunct East African community.
Yeah. Colleagues, I received a request from the chair, the Committee on Staff Affairs. You know, they lost their bishop, former bishop, Vaharagate, so they are having the burial. That's why he's not here, and the vice was also not around. And yet we need to deal with this matter. It's a very, very crucial matter. These people have suffered enough. So let's do around 15 minutes, because we've been with it. We want to go straight to the recommendations. In order that we have the minister here and we handle the matter.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, my name is Sarah Kayagi. Netalisire, I'm the woman MP in Misindwa District. Nalongo, yes, and a member of the ESC committee, delegated by my chairperson to present the report on her behalf. Right Honorable Speaker, allow me lay on table the copy of the report on the Committee on East African Community Affairs on the delayed payments of pension, gratuity, interests, and the other terminal benefits to former employees of the defunct ESC community employees. I beg to lay. Right Honorable Speaker, allow me also lay the copies of the minutes that we obtained during our sittings. Right Honorable Speaker, I'll also request you to allow me read the executive summary, since all the issues have been up, the main report has been uploaded, and this matter has been around for some time. I believe even in the last parliament, it was an issue. Right Honorable Speaker, there were 4 areas in which the committee was looking at. One was to establish whether or not the Crown agents discharged their obligations under the ESC mediation agreement. And in our observations and recommendations on that matter, Right Honorable Speaker, upon the collapse of the community, Victor H. Vambridge was appointed as the mediator of the community to make proposals for the permanent and equitable division of the assets and the liabilities of the corporations and the general fund services. Following the Ambridge report, the member states signed the mediation agreement on 14th May 1984 to, among other things, settle the terminal benefits of the former employees of the defunct ESC under Article 10, titled Pension and Provident Funds. The community's pension and provident fund assets that the Crown agents managed as at 31st March 1984 included the pension fund assets, provident fund assets, sinking funds, and the cash balances. All assets were divided into 42% for Kenya, 32% for Tanzania, and 26% for Uganda per the mediation agreement. The money for settling the terminal benefits for former Ugandan workers or the de facto ESC was supposed to be drawn from these assets. Crown agents reported having paid to the government of Uganda all the outstanding funds connected with the de facto ESC, and as per the correspondence attached as Appendix A, you'll check in the report, you'll find the appendix, we refer to it. Right Honorable Speaker, the Minister of Public Service has, however, maintained that Crown agents failed to honor the retirement benefits of its members. This position is also corroborated by the response of the Governor, Bank of Uganda. We have also attached this correspondence as Appendix B. Recommendation from the committee. Using diplomatic channels, the Bank of Uganda, in liaison with the Minister of Foreign Affairs, should engage the Crown agents to establish whether or not the Crown agents transferred assets due to Uganda at the division date. A status report on the matter should be tabled before Parliament before consideration of the ministerial policy statements for financial year 23-24 of the two government institutions. Upon verification, the committee is recommending the Minister of ESC Affairs in the ministerial policy statement for financial year 23-24 to provide the funds required to settle the full benefits of the claimants as per the laws governing their terms of employment under the ESC before the collapse of 1977. Area number 2 that we looked at as a committee was the status of payments of terminal benefits to the former Ugandan employees of the de facto ESC. Upon the community's collapse in 1977, the Ugandan government, through Decree number 6 of 1978, amended the Pension Act Cap 281 to protect the pensionable rights of the Ugandan nationals who had served under the de facto ESC. Impliedly, the services of the Ugandan workers in the de facto ESC became pensionable under the Pensions Act Cap 281, and the rules governing pension management in Uganda applied. This was before the signing of the mediation agreement in the 1984. The government constituted the Uganda ex-ESC Employees Terminal Benefits Committee, which produced its report in the 1998, detailing estimated claims to the government at over 27 million US dollars. However, not all claims were resolved, so the committee recommended that any further claims be administratively verified and settled. The government further constituted an interministerial technical committee to establish the outstanding compensation liabilities of the former employees of the de facto ESC. MIACA continues verifying former employees before payments through field verification exercises in selected district cities or municipal headquarters. The committee recommendation is that a holistic approach and conclusive settlement of the benefits and claims of the former Ugandan employees of the de facto ESC, the Minister of ESC Affairs tables a bill for an act of parliament providing for the settlement of the claims of the former Ugandan employees of the de facto ESC as per the ESC mediation agreement, the de facto ESC Pensions Act Cap 11 and the ESC service regulations. Right Honorable Speaker, in the case of the lost files during the investigations of the public service pension scam of 2012, During the investigations of the pension scam in 2012, several individuals' pensions files at the ministry were picked by the Criminal Investigation Department to aid the Director of Public Prosecution in the process went missing. The Minister of Public Service reported that the CID took the pension files as exhibits. There were no records for who and when the lost files were picked as such. Tracing liability regarding the missing components of the files was extraneous. The Minister of Public Service in their letter dated 25th July 2022 and 29th July 2022 of reference 96153/01 requested the release of the pension files from the CID, and this was to no avail, Right Honorable Speaker. The Minister of Public Service in their letter 25th July 2022, the money meant to pay former workers of the defunct EAC terminal benefits ended up in the accounts of fictitious beneficiaries during the pension scam. The Uganda police released the list of ghost pensioners with mugshots, prompting the public to ascertain and verify whether the photographs matched the actual names of the beneficiaries. Severally could identify their pictures with the different names and banker accounts labeled that they could not be placed with. Right Honorable Speaker, during our meeting, the members that we met, the elders that we met, their names were appearing on the list of those that were paid. And yet the pictures that were on those names were different. You would find the picture of a different person bearing the name of a former worker, and these people had been paid. The Minister of Public Service maintains that upon verification by the Internal Auditor General, many pensioners have received their benefits, and some continue to get paid. However, the intended beneficiaries continue reiterating that even when records in the Ministry of Public Service indicate that payments to the beneficiaries have been processed according to details on the files, they have never received their payments. Among the found files, some claimants were found to have been paid less than their entitlement. Miaka reported that they could only process payments when files were obtained from the Ministry of Public Service. The claimant's verification process would be affected whenever files were not retrievable, meaning that the senior citizens are still struggling to obtain their entitlements and payments, and whatever reason they give to them is your files are missing. The committee therefore recommends that the Minister of Public Service, in liaison with the Directorate of Public Prosecution, initiates investigations into the purported beneficiaries who unscrupulously and currently getting paid as former employees of the fact EAC. The CID and DPP should return the missing files taken during the investigations where the ministry cannot retrieve the lost files. The available records should surface to process beneficiaries. Payments, since Minister of Finance may have partially effected some payments. Minister of Finance and Miaka should come up with a comprehensive list of beneficiaries affected by pension scam for their details to be verified and subsequently be paid. Miaka should undertake a comprehensive verification exercise across the country using the available local government structures to generate a complete list of unpaid, partially paid claimants within 3 months to inform budgeting and onward settlement of the claims. Area number 3 was for us to ascertain the eligible terminal benefits due to the former Ugandan employees of the de facto ESC. The former Uganda employees of the de facto ESC claimed that the government did not pay some terminal benefits due to their service to the extinct community, which included pension gratuity, commuted pension gratuity, monthly pension, and arrears from 1st July 1977, plus the 7% simple interest, 6-month gross salary, surveillance allowance, and then also currency and exchange rate applicable on those payments, repatriation expense, and accumulated leave. Right, Honorable Speaker, during our interactions, the de facto employees told us that their pay was in dollars, and some of them were paid in pounds. However, the exchange rate they are using has a lot of variation. The payee determines which exchange rate they give you, and it doesn't cut across. It is segregative. Right, Honorable Speaker, the claimants' benefits were based on the de facto ESC Pension Act, Cap 11, the Provident Fund Act, Cap 13, and the ESC Service Regulations, Section K, pensions and gratuity F allowances, and transport within territories, and the 1987 East African Community Mediation Agreement. The Internal Auditor General produced the audit report on the verification of pension areas of the former employees of the de facto ESC dated 16th December 2020, which heavily relied on the recommendations submitted by the Interministerial Technical Committee. The Interministerial Technical Committee report was the basis of the verification and the computation as directed in the consent judgment in G. Semogerere and others versus Attorney General Civil Suit number 1010 of 1996, in which the court declared that the former employees of the de facto ESC were entitled to their retirement benefits, and the government, through the Ministry of Public Service, should pay them. The recommendation, the committee therefore recommends that the retirement benefits are paid to pensionable former employees, pension arrears effective 1st July 1977 to date of the payment, and thereafter monthly pension paid in accordance with the laws governing the former employees of the de facto ESC. The scope of the claimants of the terminal benefits is expanded from the 720 mentioned in the Internal Audit General's report to all de facto ESC employees, which can still be verified by the Ministry of Public Service and from the East African Community Archives. This will resolve the question of how many Ugandans were formerly employed by the de facto ESC. The formula applied by the Minister of Public Service in determining retirement and terminal benefits. The committee found that the benefits of the former employees of the de facto ESC consists of pension for those eligible, gratuity or a refund of Provident Fund, and interest under the de facto ESC Pension Act, Cap 11, the regulations thereunder, and the mediation agreement. The Ministry of Public Service posits that the benefits of the former workers of the de facto ESC comprise monthly pension paid to the former employees of the de facto ESC who had served for 10 years under the Pensions Act, Cap 281, Amendment Cap 286. Gratuity Provident Fund settlement plus interest for ESC General Fund services. Gratuity Provident Fund settlement plus interest for EA posts and telecommunication. Gratuity Provident Fund settlement plus interest for East African Railways gratuity provident fund settlement plus interest for East African Harbors and Cargo Corporation, and gratuity provident fund settlement plus interest for East African Airways. The ministry computed pension based on rank, salary, and retirement, and length of service in months, and an accrual factor of 1/600, from which it derived a computed pension gratuity. A lump sum refund was provided for former workers who served less than 10 years of the qualifying period for pension, including an interest payment. The former Ugandan employees of the de facto EAC contended that they got appointed on probation and were confirmed after statutory period on permanent and pensionable terms. By implication, they were eligible for pension if they served till retirement age, or if the employer abolished their office before reaching that age, a right provided for under the EAC Pension Act and the regulations thereunder. The Act puts the employer under a legal obligation to pay its workers. Therefore, the right to pension accrued to all employees of the EAC at the moment when the community collapsed and was not created by the mediation agreement of the 1984 as propagated by the Minister of Public Service. Accordingly, the computations of the terminal benefits should have been based on the laws and the regulations governing the pensions and gratuity of the community. The contradiction is in the computations of the Minister of Public Service, and those contended by the former employees of the de facto EAC automatically subject the beneficiaries to contradicting benefits. This affected all former EAC employees across the board, the majority of whom were working under pensionable terms, but whose services got terminated before making the 10 years requirement upon the collapse of the community. The committee therefore recommends that upon verification, the Minister of East Africa Community Affairs applies the formula provided in the EAC Pensions Act Service regulations in computing the benefits and claims of the former employees of the de facto EAC per each claimant terms of employment. Right, Honorable Speaker, in the main report, we have provided the formula that is used. Ascertain the nature of the complainants regarding the claims of the former Ugandan employees of the de facto EAC. The plight of the pensioners, Right, Honorable Speaker. Most of the surviving former employees of the de facto EAC were of the advanced age and had severe disabilities. They lived in rural areas and therefore had to move longer distances to the district headquarters upon hearing the radio announcements in their localities. The pensioners decried how the government handled the payment of terminal benefits, and it's now 45 years since the collapse of the community in 1997, and the question of payment of terminal benefits to the workers of the de facto EAC has never been settled. This has continued to render them poor and susceptible to dire living conditions owing to the absence of a comprehensive process to pay what is due to them. Some pensioners, Right Honorable Speaker, have never been paid any benefits. And those who have received some partial payments continue to grumble that what was paid is less than their entitlement. They urge that while working with the community, their monthly payments were in dollars and pounds. Unfortunately, what was being paid was much less than what they should have gotten at the current exchange rate. Many former workers have passed on, and those still alive are very old, making the youngest in this category, Right Honorable Speaker, at around 75 years of age. With the passage of time and the various challenges experienced, such as insecurity in the northern parts of Teso and the Rwenzori region, many of them lost their documents. Recommendation: the committee therefore recommends that while computing payments of terminal benefits of the former ESC workers, the Ministry of Public Service and East Africa should settle their benefits in accordance with the ESC mediation agreement, the de facto ESC Pensions Act Cap 11 and the ESC service regulations. The payments in the local currency should be maintained in a convertible currency in calculations of benefits. The two ministries should harmonize this position and update Parliament before consideration of their policy statement for financial year 2023 and 2024, failure of which the committee recommends that the House should not pass these respective budgets. In conclusion, the committee set out to investigate the non-partial payment of terminal benefits to the former workers of the de facto ESC. The committee believes the committee report is based on our findings from the interactions with the affected stakeholders. The investigation has revealed that under the ESC Act and its regulations, a person who retires is paid 25% of his entitlement as commuted pension, gratuity, and pension. The balance is paid to them monthly until death. Suppose the former workers of the de facto ESC have not been receiving that pension since it accrued to them on their respective division dates. In that case, those covered by the ESC Pension Act and its regulations are entitled to arrears and interests at commercial rates. The commercial rate is preferred because the pension fund of the ESC employees, other than the ESC Airways, were always held by the Crown agents and invested in the commercial money market. Therefore, the question should not arise whether the Uganda government has the money to pay the pension obligation, because the amount due to the Ugandan pensioners was ascertained and reportedly transferred by the Crown agents to Uganda government under Article 10 of the mediation agreement. Therefore, the committee strongly calls upon Parliament to compel the government to settle the terminal benefits of the former ESC workers as per the report's recommendation. I beg to submit.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Chair, colleagues. It's a detailed report around 33 pages. In full, the report around. And clerk, please capture the whole report on the Hansard, so that for future reference, the captured. I'll first let the shadow minister for South African Affairs, so something, then I call on the minister, Right Honorable Rebecca Kadaga, to give a response, and then I open up.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. And I would like to thank the committee members for the report about our former employees of the East African Community Affairs. In your methodology, you indicate that you carried out a fact-find mission in Eastern and Western regions. That left out Central and Northern and other regions. So I'm not comfortable with that, because that means some areas were not, where the sample is very small, when actually you would have covered the entire country. Then secondly, Crown agents, who are the arbitrators, confirmed they never have never remitted funds to Bank of Uganda, which money was used to pay for terminal benefits to former ESC employees. Bank of Uganda denies having received funds from Crown agents. And when Crown agents is asked the same, it gives no response. It's clear money was swindled. That means we are leaving people who swindled money scotch-free. I don't know in your report, or I'll seek a clarification about that and guidance from maybe the Minister of East Africa, Community Affairs, or Public Service. Government amended the pension decree in 1978, giving the responsibility of paying former Ugandan employees of East Africa to the government of Uganda. But now this is contradicting us ourselves, because it is supposed to be Crown agents or Bank of Uganda to pay. Why should we use taxpayers' money while hiding the people who took the money, which is supposed to be either Crown agents or Bank of Uganda? I'll need a clarification on that. Did the recommendation of Minister of East African Community Affairs and Local Government generating a complete list of unpaid stroke partially paid claimants within 3 months take shape? This information was meant to inform the budget for the financial year 2023-2024. So we need a clarification on that as well. And then lastly, some of the surviving employees are very old, poverty-stricken, sickly, with no money. And some have lost memory, who can't locate the appointment letters. I know in the report it was talked about, and other documents. 45 years later, the only hope was with the files with the ministry, of which some were lost by officers in the ministry. So what is their fate? Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to seek clarification on those 5 areas from either the committee chairperson or my Minister for East African Community Affairs. I beg to move.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Katarazi. Right, Honorable, you want to make a response to these issues?
Thank you very much, Speaker and honorable members. Let me thank the committee for their report. And I want to say I associate myself with their sentiments, and as far as they are concerned. And indeed, the report is intended to solve a problem that has been in place for over 45 years. Let me also say at the outset, Honorable Speaker, that there have been so many actors in this matter. My ministry adopted this problem in 2015. So we have the Minister of Public Service, we have the Crown agents, we have the Bank of Uganda, we have so many actors. But we're equally concerned about the fate of these people. Now, I'll just speak to a few areas, and the Minister of Public Service is also here to speak to some of them. I'm concerned about the final conclusion, Honorable Chair, where you say that if we don't produce certain evidence by the time the budget is passed, the Ministry of East Africa and the Ministry of Public Service will not have their budgets passed. We are in the middle of April. The financial year is about to end. I don't think it is feasible to comply with this recommendation. For example, for the last 1 year, I've been engaged in trying to locate these beneficiaries. And I know some of these old men because my father worked in the community. I know some of them personally. So I really took an interest in the last 1 year to try and ensure that this financial year, as many of them are paid. I'm struggling to find 166 former staff of the EAA. 166 have not been found, but they're on the list. We've gone on radio, we've sent out notices, we sent out to the districts, but they've not been found. So I'm not even sure whether all of them were actually ex-employees, but that's information we got from the Ministry of Public Service. So to that extent, I really think it's not feasible to comply with that recommendation. Now that's the chair to make an adjustment. Perhaps I would propose that we give ourselves 1 year. No. Honor members, I'm telling you, I've been looking for some of these for over 1 year. I can't find them. I have their money. Please, I have got 7 billion shillings on the account in my ministry. But I cannot find the owners. And yet I have a list saying these are workers. So it's not as simple as you think.
Maybe Right Honourable Minister,
Mm.
do you think, I think what is important from our side
Mm.
is ensuring money is available. That's number one. Number two, efforts are being made to call these people. Those ones who will turn up, you pay. Those who don't turn up, no one will blame you.
Yes.
You would have done your part.
No, but the resolution,
Yes.
the recommendation is that if we don't deal with this matter by the time of the budget, we have no money. So I'm saying I don't think it's feasible.
That colleagues, I think the Honourable Minister is right.
Yes.
Because if she has really tried her level best to do all this, but she's not able to get these people. So where do you want her to get the people? Maybe what we can ask for our record purposes, is to get evidence that this has been done, that you have put
Yes.
this in
Mr.
papers,
Speaker,
money is available.
on the 16th of December, 2022, we issued a notice in the press with a list of names of people we are looking for. Of all the people we are looking for, couldn't find them. In the middle of March, I addressed a press conference with, I think, all the media houses in Uganda to tell them that I've got money, I don't want to give it to the owners, and I can't find them. I said, please collect the money, because next year I'll not be able to apply again to get back money from the consolidated fund. We have sent it back 2 times. So I was telling them, I don't have 3 months to pay you this money. So please come.
Clarification is for the, no, clarification is for the member holding the floor. Give the Right Honourable time to answer to these issues.
Then, so I'm saying I have a serious problem with 166 of them. Then it's true what the committee said, that there's a dispute as to the quantum. Some of the staff believe they were entitled to certain terminal benefits. The government said, no, you're not entitled. So I'm caught up in that. So all those things are there. And then the fact that the Bank of Uganda, I don't know whether to say they're not cooperative. Just last month, the governor wrote to say, we had asked him, give us evidence of payments from 1992 to 2015 before we took over. He wrote to say, I can't give you, I don't have them. And yet all the checks are paid in this country reside in the Bank of Uganda. We've written to Crown agents, they have not answered. I've written to the British High Commission, they have not answered. So it's not for want of trying. I'm anxious to pay this for their money. I have 7 billion shillings, but I need help to find the people, to get their data. You have been told about the scam in public service. My minister is not responsible for that. It creates a gap. So I want to ask the chair and the House to make some adjustments on this. Otherwise, I welcome the recommendations. They are meant to solve a problem which I also inherited. I didn't start the problem. I'm just carrying a record which is not mine. So if the other Minister of Public Service can share other things, and if there's specific questions, I would answer them. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Right Honorable Kadaga. Minister for Public Service wanted to say something about it. No, the colleague has requested. Yeah, yeah.
Right, Honorable Speaker. The colleague has requested, but also I'm still around and I'm not yet tired. So I'll come in when I'll come in when I'm required.
Thank you.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I really quite agree with the plight which the Minister of East African Affairs has found herself in. She has inherited the problem, and she's indeed tried very hard to ensure that the problem is sorted out once and for all. And I would like, in the main, Right Honorable Speaker, to thank the committee for the work that they have done so far and the many good recommendations that they have made. However, this particular recommendation of saying there's no budget for East African affairs for that ministry, I think that recommendation has been overtaken by events. In any case, even if complete validation has not happened, they're still grappling to see which people are eligible and which are not, where they are so they can be paid. I don't think it would be reasonable for the ministry not to have any budget, because it will be just a self-inflicting pain, even on those who are clear and are getting their pension. So I think I would like to agree with the minister in praying the committee and members of parliament that that particular recommendation is varied. We go ahead and examine the budget and pass it, but also we say, okay, set a timeline, just like the minister said, that at least within 1 year, all these issues of validation, verification should have come to an end. And indeed, we fulfill the desire of everybody that the question of paying the former employees of the East African community is settled once and for all. And those who are eligible for pension are getting the pension and enjoying it as per the Pension Act that we have. I'd also like to say that there are some areas where we need further harmonization, especially on the formula, especially even on the number of people who are eligible for pension, and the fact that some of the records actually got lost. I think during the pension scam, the records got lost. We have asked for them. They cannot be traced. The people who took them don't tell us where they are. But we find a way, really, of reconstructing, given the fact that this has happened, and we can't, if we strictly go by, evidence when the pages are out, then probably we may not get what we want. And some people who should be eligible for pension may end up suffering. But we can find a way of reconstructing and of verifying and validating these officers so that at least people are paid. After all, the pension is a legal requirement and we cannot derogate from it. And the matter is settled once and for all. 45 years or even 46 or 70, 50 years is too long for somebody to wait to get a benefit. Thank you.
Thank you. So colleagues, now let me open up debate. Okay. Yes. I'll start with the elderly. They have suffered so much. I come to Honorable Opendi. I come to Honorable Megade. I come to Honorable Pio, Koruo, Amero, Esenu. Namuga, and Abe. I'm going to pick you, colleagues. This is a very critical issue.
Thank you.
Ngoma, and
Thank you, Right Honorable
minutes
Speaker. As an elderly person who represents people who have actually retired, I do sympathize with the members of the East African defunct community who are surviving up to now. In the first instance, I want to thank the chairperson for a very good report, and also thank the respective ministers who have agreed. I can see who have agreed that these pensioners should be paid. Remember, these pensioners, many of them have grown so old, and it may be the only source of income that they are living on. So paying them, the Minister of Public Service has said it is an obligation to pay them. And I definitely agree with him. And I agree with the report that these pensioners should be paid. Now, to those who have not been identified, we should agree with I don't agree with the period of 1 year is too long. I want to suggest maybe 6 months, between 6 months and 9 months. Let the thing be sorted out. And I agree also that an investigative committee should be set up to thoroughly study and investigate these problems and come to the right conclusion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, colleagues, the minister has said she has money. Okay? She has money. But the beneficiaries are nowhere. Listen, no, listen, colleagues. I think what we need to ask, one, whether the minister has a fixed list for the people they are looking for, and there are other claimants outside the list they are advertising. Okay? Then we can, maybe she can look at a way of looking at that other list also. Because some of the people who are even seated up here are people who are saying they are available, they are claimants, they've never had any request for names and all that. So they need to be helped. But two, the moment you just target to just a timeline, where my fear is that you are concluding the matter. Okay? Yet there are some people who might be discovered later. What is important is expediting the process, ensuring more effort. Otherwise, when you say we appropriate for only 1 year or 6 months, then what about people who will come later? Will you have closed the window? Who was next? I had, yes.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, it's a pity that this matter has dragged on for all these years, despite efforts by government way back in 1998, establishing a benefits committee. The SIBO report, which I don't know whether a copy could be availed. I'm very sure that report could have had some of the beneficiaries. Secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, there was also an interministerial technical committee. But can you imagine that pages 281 to 331 are missing? If it is missing in public service, is it missing even in finance and other sectors? Can we look for that report and why those pages are missing? Thirdly, Right Honorable Speaker, CID picking files and taking them for investigations. And they claim the files are missing. These files must be somewhere. Either somebody is an accomplice and worked with the thugs in Ministry of Public Service to swindle the pension for these people, or something must be wrong somewhere, Right Honorable Speaker. I still believe those files can be found. And Right Honorable Speaker, when we say we cannot find the pensioners, I see old people here. Why have these people come here? if they cannot be found, Right Honorable Speaker. They are here, they are available. Let those who are alive be paid. I know we've followed up some of them. Some of them have reached out to me. But Right Honorable Speaker, the other issue is the computation. You can imagine since 1977, and what you receive now is 3 million shillings. I have a case, somebody was paid 3 million shillings, and they are disputing that amount. Can we also look at these computations which are being given to these people? You can't wait for over 45 years at 7% interest, as mentioned by the report.
Thank you.
And what you get is
Thank
3
you,
million.
Honorable Sarah.
Thank you, Right Honorable
Now,
Speaker.
colleagues, Honorable Wachikona was part of that group. Let us first get Bruno. Let's first get information from Honorable Wachikona.
Right Honorable Speaker, sir. Yes, I was one of the group who worked in the first East African community. I was appointed by the Secretary General and his staff. I did the interview in Arusha, Tanzania. I worked 1973. And I started working in the aviation industry until we were all brought here like thieves to Serena Hotel there. And we were met by Idi Amin. Sir, this problem of pensions, in fact, I dodged a bit to be in the committee because they say, because I was there, that's why I'm saying this, but I said I will not be in the committee, but I'm here to say that when we came, even Crown agents, which they say didn't exist, Crown agents was not anybody's institution, it was a body of the British government. The release was made in percentage terms. We went to Kenya, they made the law to pay their people who worked in that the first East African community. Tanzania also confirmed the same. Uganda said you pay by the law of pensions over the 10 years in Uganda. I said, no, but.
Conclude, Honorable.
Oh, yeah, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. There are many things I would have added, but because of
give us the information, Honorable.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not, by the way, I'm not reading a book. I'm telling you what has happened. And when they say they put a list, where was Wakikona's name on the list? I didn't see my name on any of the lists put in the Uganda press. And when I went to finance, I was told by one of the commissioners in finance that we release money every year, but they return that money to us. I said, public service and whatever, who is handling now, because we have been also in that community building and so many people are still flowing there, check whether they are on the list and when their money will be paid. For me, I carried the whole file from Ministry of Public Service. It was a big one. It indicated all my age and even the institutions I've gone through and the letters of appointment. I gave to the permanent secretary in the Community Affairs Office. I don't hear my name. I'm never invited. I can't force myself there because it's against the parliamentary regulations to go and attack civil servants in their offices. But I passed this matter to those concerned. One time they were here being interviewed. I said, now, when do I hear? So many people, we moved in the East. Even in Nairobi, when they said I was hijacked.
Switch on, Honorable.
We are trying to compare how Kenya paid their people, how Tanzania paid their people, and why Uganda has not paid their people. And this is something we were comparing. Kenya brought an article from Parliament, particularly for that payment only. Tanzania did the same. Here they say we must join public service of 10 years. And yet, when the community died, we had only been there for 7 years. In other words, you don't qualify or whatever. But this is a matter where we moved to the east. Of course, I moved when we were going to, but Uganda here, we told people to come to the house down there of Minister of Community Affairs. And many people, I saw them heaped there. But we cannot pay themselves. We cannot clarify themselves. We are unpaid till today. And that's what I can present briefly now. Right Honorable Speaker, I thank you very much.
So honorable colleagues, from Honorable Wachikona's presentation, you can see there are people who are there, but are not appearing on the list. I think next was Honorable Migade. Yes, Honorable Migade, Opio, Esenu, Koruo, Amero, To, Namuga.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, many times I've been asking myself why the president keeps certain figures of advanced age around, not knowing that they are issues of advanced matters which should be handled by those same individuals. There are certain matters which should be handled by those who know them better. Today, we may be talking about East African community issues, and we are privileged that we even still have those who even worked in the East African community and they're still in Parliament. There will be a time when we shall no longer be having such individuals, and we may not get the chronology of actually what happened. And Right Honorable Speaker, one time I went back home and I found an elderly man in Mukono by names of Chizito, 91 years of age. He had waited for over 4 hours. And he was following what was on the order paper. Because he knew that I was a member of Parliament, so he camped at my home just to mobilize me. That there is our issue which was brought in Parliament. So it shows that actually these people are really in need. But we must also accept what the Honorable Minister for East African Affairs is. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. That for group issues, because this is a group issue, we may not force the closure of this within the shortest time. Because the moment you close it, let's say within the 6 months, that means that all those who will come after, probably if the minister asks for a year, I think the year starts in July, which is a few months from now. So I pray that we will give it time, but we should not make these ones who are visible to wait. Probably for them, they should be paid as the others come on board. Then we must also agree on when to close this, because we shall not be on this. The minister has been very clear that she has made adverts, she has held meetings, and people, probably Honorable Wachikona, I don't know if Honorable Wachikona, for example, has seen the minister on TV calling former workers, because he's here, but he has also not seen. Probably we can benefit from him. Please mobilize your other colleagues that you may know when those who know you better are still around.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Crack, is it still 2 minutes? Honorable Pio.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the committee for this report in which I raised the matter of national importance that they addressed. I just want to give 3 pieces of information. The first on the verification exercise. it is done by invitation. I have with me a copy of the advert in December last year, and I'll read the end quote. It says, if your name is not...
Can I have the attention of the minister? The person who raised the issue is speaking. If you could repeat that.
So I was saying that the first issue is on the verification. The invitation for verification is an invitation process. You do not present yourself. I have a copy of the advert that was advertised in December last year, and I'll read the last sentence. It says, if your name is not listed, please don't come. That is what is written here. And that is what has been on all the different adverts. Persons have presented themselves, but because their names are not in the list, they cannot be processed. I therefore urge that we uphold the recommendation of the committee that away from just the regional verification, the verification be done district-wise. And it should not be limited to invitation. Let them present themselves with the available documents. That is the first issue. Secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, is on the issue of payment. The reasons why some are not being paid is because their files are missing. I presented a list of 97 names to the committee to forward to Ministry of Public Service for their files. Out of 97, only 48 files were available. The 49 files were not available. So we have the missing files. But
do the people have their files?
The issue is that there are people whose files are not available.
No, I'm saying as individuals. As individuals, do
The
they have some
individuals,
documents?
the individuals have their employment documents. They have appointment letters, probation letters, confirmation letters, and all the letters related to their terms of service. So what the committee has recommended is that where the files are missing, we should use the available employment documentation to process the payment. This is what has caused people not to appear on the list. Thirdly, Right Honorable Speaker, is on the issue of benefits. The Attorney General gave an opinion which is part of this report and clearly stated that the other benefits are the benefits that have been stated in the EAC regulations. Those are the benefits that are supposed to be paid. Government has been refusing to pay those other benefits to them. In relation to that is on the formula. When you look at the formula that is in the report, which was provided by Ministry of Public Service, and the one that was presented by Miaka, there's a fundamental difference. One formula says a third of the pension divided by 15. The formula for Miaka says a third of the pension multiplied by 15. They are totally different. And when you go into the formula that was used to pay them, it is again different. So we have three different formulas, and all these formulas are different from the formula that is within the Pension Act of the community. I can just give another example on the conversion. When you look at page 30 of the report, one of the claimants was eligible for $13,559. That $13,559 at that time was, the exchange rate was 1,000. So they should have got 13 million shillings as a minimum. Instead, they only got 1.14 million, 10 times less. They were applying the conversion rates selectively on that matter. As I conclude, Right Honorable Speaker, on the issue of the formula, as the committee...
Kirak, please let him conclude because he's the one who raised the matter.
As the committee has recommended, the formula that should be used should be the formula that is in the EAC service regulations. What happened was that when government amended the Pensions Act of 286, the objective was not to vary their terms of service. The objective was to accommodate their terms of service within the laws of Uganda, but in reference to the EAC service regulations. That is fine. That's a principle that must be maintained and harmonized. And it's important that that is maintained. Otherwise, then they will be underpaid. Now, lastly, also on the underpayment, just to give an example, what was paid was what we call commuted pension gratuity. When you're paid commuted pension gratuity, that is a fraction of your pension. It means, therefore, that you should have another monthly pension. But what happened? They paid them commuted pension gratuity and ended there. Now, where is the difference? If you look at somebody who should have been paid short service gratuity, they would have got the pension times 10. The one who was paid committed pension gratuity is pension times 5. So they have only received half of their payment. And that is why they continue to complain that they have been underpaid. So we have those who have never been paid, we have those who have been underpaid, and then those who are paid, but the money went to the ghost itself. Lastly, Right Honorable Speaker, on the issue of Crown agents, I believe that if you look at this report, Crown agents was like the NSSF at that time, and they had fixed assets in Uganda, prime property, which still exists up to now. If they're saying the money was never received, why don't they liquidate those assets? And why is it that they have never followed up to recover? Because Crown agents was actually a public corporation of the UK government. It still exists up to now. It can be followed to recover the money, and they pay them. And Right Honorable Speaker, as I told you last time when I raised this issue, that government justice was served when the persons who perpetrated the pension scam were convicted. But justice was never served to the victims of the pension scam. I pray that today, as much as they now be blind, they will be able to see justice on this floor of Parliament. I beg to submit.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, Honorable Koruo, Honorable Amero, NSL.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, it is too painful to work anywhere, whether it is government or not, without pay. To me, I think we should adapt what my colleague here has just told us. I think for those people who worked and they are not known, it is better we try to use the LOC3 chairpersons of every sub-county combined with the DSOs to trace these people. Because they are there, except that, like in my place, a majority of them lost their files during the time of instability. Then finally, this is, I think, the right time to put CID department to task to produce the missing files of these workers. I submit. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mero.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to join the rest of the members in thanking the committee for this detailed report. Right Honorable Speaker, one of the areas that was visited was Soroti for the case of Teso. And the group in Teso sub-region, they have an association of the former employees of the defunct East African community. And Right Honorable Speaker, if this money is in Miaka, let those who are alive benefit from what they ought to benefit from. Because if we are going to keep this money to wait to look for those whom we have not yet established where they are, Right Honorable Speaker, we don't give life. We don't know when these people will leave this earth. Let those who have done work benefit from their sweat. I want to urge the minister that all those who are still there get the money. We can't wait for those ones. We shall wait. We shall look for those when the ones who are there have benefited. Otherwise, even the ones who are there will die and they fail to benefit from what is due to them. And we shall begin looking for them when they are not there. Mr. Speaker, I beg to submit.
Thank you, Honorable Senu.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I would like to
with a very heavy heart, associate myself with the recommendations of the committee and the submissions of my colleagues who spoke before me. Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Sen, are you a member of the committee?
Yes, I am.
No, please, members of the committee, please.
Okay.
Honorable Rinda Irene. Then
Thank
Honorable
you so much,
Namuga.
Right Honorable Speaker. I join my colleagues in support of the committee report and the submission of my colleague, Honorable Opio Samuel. Right Honorable Speaker, I've diagnosed a problem. The main problem of these ex-ESC workers are in public service. That's the main area of concern, that if we want to address these challenges, public service has to be put to task. Where are these missing files? When did it disappear? Who took them? Which case was there? Because we are saying CID. CID cannot receive these informations without letters of consent or documentations. So we have to follow up that. Two, we cannot wait until the rest are got. Then we start paying. I feel that as the process is ongoing, those who are present should be paid. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Honorable Namuga Goreti, Honorable Macho, I'm coming here. No, I'll come here after this side.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. And I want to thank the committee for the tremendous work. Right Honorable Speaker, when I observed the Honorable Minister, the Right Honorable Kadaga and the Minister for Public Service, when they mentioned about failure to access their budget, they got so concerned. And I don't know whether you feel the same for those who have spent all those years without getting their statutory obligation. Right Honorable Speaker, it's very unfair to sit here to start debating about people's statutory obligations. Pension is a statutory obligation to all those that are supposed to get it. Right Honorable Speaker, we cannot continue with such a debate. So I urge the Right Honorable Minister that let us pay all those that are verified with immediate effect. You said you have the money. Two, we are the representatives of the people. Right Honorable, give us lists and we look for those people in our constituencies. If you have them, kindly give us that list. We shall bring them because we do represent them. Right Honorable Speaker, I take you back to the opposition budget. We told you it must be a budget that looks at human rights. You are infringing at the human rights of all those colleagues. They are going to die. Who are you going to pay the money? So Right Honorable Speaker, I still emphasize, I'm so emphatic on the issue of having our colleagues paid as soon as possible. Lastly, Right Honorable Speaker, I still urge you to pick the budget of the alternative. Give it to these our colleagues such that they can see what to prioritize. Thank you.
Honorable colleague, I emphasize two things. Number one, the Right Honorable Rebecca has told you, money is in the budget. So the issue is on the lists. Number two, I emphasize it. This business of saying picking budget or alternative budget from opposition and what, it's us. Now the budget is at our stage. Minister of Finance brought their budget proposal. You have brought your budget proposal. It's us. We don't need to take it back to ministers. We as colleagues, let us read through and we pick out what we can accommodate within the budget. I don't want it to be used on ministers all the time. I don't know, you wanted
Mr. Speaker.
Wait, Honorable Macho. You wanted to make a very quick, yes, information.
Now, Honorable Speaker, I just want to clarify that there are people who are being paid. Those who did the 10 years are on pension. There's no problem with those. The people who are not being paid are those with no records, the ones whom we cannot find. So they are being paid. They are being paid. No, now, the gentlemen who are sitting here, I said I know them. I've met them. Theirs is a question of computation. What was due to us? You have not paid us enough. So don't assume that we don't pay anybody. I'm looking for the people who are not come because I have their money. Yes.
So, Right Honorable, if I may ask, for people who have information the way Honorable Pio has said, if they presented their documents, would you be able to reconstruct the files using those documents so that they can be paid? Because also we don't want it to be on record here that we said as Parliament, pay people who have no files. But we want to see a way of working out to help these people reconstruct the files using information which they have, and they get paid.
Speaker, I would be very happy if the members could assist me to locate some of these people. So I want to lay the list for the 166. I've said I've not been, I've looked for 1 year of the East African Airways, so that can be circulated. And if there are members who can identify them or their beneficiaries, to send them to the ministry. I also want to lay the list of those we tried to pay and the money bounced. There are 35, the list is here. The ones we paid in the East African.
Kind of switch on.
The 460 of East African Airways whom we paid, the list is here. And the 166 who have not come, the list is also here. I also want to lay the list of the others we paid in the last 1 year. As I've said, in the last 1 year, I've been very engaged on this issue. So I don't want anyone to think that we are waiting. No.
Okay, so
and if you
kind
can
of
help me find them, I'll be really happy.
the lists.
No,
No, Honorable Wachikona, your friend Honorable Wachikona.
Honorable Wakikona is my friend. Honorable four years. So it doesn't qualify for the pension. No, it's not.
Now, but Right Honorable, we want to know, are we doing it the way it was done in Kenya, the way it was done in Tanzania, or Uganda has its own unique way, whereby the ones who worked for other countries are okay. It's only the ones of Uganda being disadvantaged.
Honour Speaker, it's difficult for me to say what the Kenyans did, but you had the report. It was different. That's why I said at the beginning, I inherited this problem. It has gone through so many hands. And I think the committee said that the mistake was that at the time of the Ministerial agreement, there was no law made to domesticate the agreement. So all those gaps are something we have to fill. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, last month, around the 11th, in the media, you said that you're stuck with the 8 billion. And now you tell us that you have 11. I mean, 7, mere 7.
You should be thanking me. After that, sample came. That's why it is now 7.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You had given.
So, Honorable Macho.
Uh,
Honorable Macho.
Mr. Speaker, I really want to thank the minister that her coming in has made at least some elders begin getting money. But Mr. Speaker, you did really ask a good question. If elders have their documents, can you reconstruct and pay them? Mr. Speaker, you saw, and my colleagues, when the Minister of Public Service rose up to speak, his outcry was, please, committee recommendation, don't hold our money. The Minister of Public Service has no political goodwill towards paying those old people at all. Because he has been in that ministry for a long time. And Mr. Speaker, that's why I'm talking and he was sapping to his girlfriend. I want the minister to give me attention.
Honorable Macho, please. The language you use.
Mr. Minister.
Yes.
But Mr. Minister, I need attention because I am in pain. I am in pain because my grandfather who worked with the East African Corporation
Order. Honorable Minister, you don't access the microphone without my permission, unfortunately. Honorable Macho, continue.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for your protection. Mr. Speaker, with all respect, I want to withdraw that, but I wanted to get the minister's attention because it is really not parliamentary behavior to WhatsApp when a colleague is submitting on an issue concerning your ministry. But however, my point was, the Minister of Public Service seems to have no political goodwill to pay our seniors in this country because you have been in that ministry for a long time. And the issue of saying that files are missing, Mr. Speaker and my colleagues, files in public service are not missing. There are people in his ministry who are hiding these files because they have conflict of interest. That is why you see that even if some were arrested, they are in Ruzira. But up to now, things are still the same. The fact the president of this country has a problem. Because these are seniors who worked and they have benefits. And if the committee or if the colleague did not raise this matter on the floor of Parliament, the Minister of Public Service was not even bothered at all because there is bread and butter on his plate. We therefore, Honorable Minister of Public Service, I want you to have a human heart that as we work for this country, think about our grandfathers who set a foundation for our country. Because truly, you have been there for a long time. You have not bothered to see how this is paid. When you go in Kenya, the people who worked in the East African old one are smiling. In Tanzania are smiling. In Zanzibar are smiling. Here are crying, dying with misery. And we say we have what? A minister who is not bothered, not concerned, because his plate is full. My grandfather died demanding.
Thank you, Honorable. Now, colleagues, whether you have pain or not, there is the language we use here. So I'm very happy you've withdrawn it, and the clerk, please expand that record. That statement where he said the minister was WhatsApping the girlfriend, because notes can also be taken on the phone. Someone can say, I was taking notes on the phone, on an iPad, on what so, but also let us treat each other with respect, okay? I've never seen Honorable Mururi Mukasa. One is usually very patient, but this time I was very anxious. It seems colleague, someone touched a nani. So Honorable Mururi Mukasa, I wanted quickly, or we can wait. You said you're still here. We can wait since we have expanded that record, okay? Okay. So Honorable Kayemba Soro.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
2 minutes, crack, 2 minutes.
Yes. And now my grandfather, Sesoro Damiano Mbiazarwa, died. And every time he would promise me, if I get paid, I'll give you some money, my grandson. He died with my money. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to propose, let the DPP team and the CID team that we are in possession of these files at the time they got lost be accountable, be held accountable for this. Because the mafias who took actually some money, and I think even my grandfather's money was taken that way, they might have taken those files and they got other old people and put them there. Lastly, let the people who are available, our grandfathers and fathers, be paid as we are looking for other people who are missing. Thank you very much.
Then Honorable Isingoma.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, lots of data is a confirmation that we keep our records badly with all this modern technology. Second, Honorable Speaker, the only answer to this problem is the Parliament committing ourselves that we are not passing a budget until this money is fully reflected and they are paying them once and for all. Because you see, on our members, you might say whatever you want. At the end of the day, it becomes politics. We have seen these things happening here. People fill their names, and at the end of the day, they don't get money. As you get closer to elections, you see them fidgeting everywhere. These people have been moving throughout. They are coming. And the Honorable Minister has told you right now that she knows these people. She has said so here. So why aren't they getting their money? Parliament must commit ourselves because we are going to get other people claiming, and this will be a precedent that whenever we get such complaints, we pass a budget with that money well established, so that the problem remains on the people claiming, but when the money is paid within that particular period. Otherwise, we shall continue lamenting people coming into the gallery every time, but with no fundamental solution to these problems. So I pray that the Speaker and all members, let us do that. You are giving ourselves 6 months. The honorable member here said they have their documents. They presented them. They have their records. They have their identity cards, but government says they lost theirs. So who should solve the problem? It's you, Parliament, to make a final commitment as you pass the budget. They get their money. Haven't you got ghost workers getting money and they are enjoying their money? Haven't you seen science teachers being paid? And even arts also got the same money of recent and they're enjoying the fruits. So that's the only answer we have to this problem, that's no speaker. Otherwise, we shall continue having matters of national importance, meeting the committee, making recommendations with no tangible results. But the Parliament must commit itself as the speaker with the rule and the members, so that the next budget, nothing to deal with the East African Community members. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, colleagues, I think there is a problem because when you say you don't appropriate money to the Ministry of East African Affairs, then you would have crippled it. Because what is happening, they've told you with the money they have, the progress they are making. And like I repeated here, you cannot come here as Parliament, you say, go pay people whose files are not available. So now what we need, Ministry of Internal Affairs, they are saying CID took files and never returned them. Where are the files? Did you take original? You didn't leave any copy? Minister of Justice, you are prosecuting, you are what? You took files. Where are these files? Should we say these files, people who took files, were intentionally destroying evidence? And even if we do all this, then the most important issue is, how are you giving justice to this pensioner? What the pensioner will understand as justice is payment. Not how many times we talk here, not whom we fire, not whom we arrest, but pension in his pocket, in his or her pocket. So that's why the issue of reconstructing files is very critical. The issue of reconstructing files. So, honorable colleagues, we can take it upon ourselves. We are members of Parliament. We can call upon our people. Anyone who knows they are supposed to be beneficiaries, they have files, we help, even if it means us opening a desk here at Parliament, okay, to receive and hand over, and hand over. Honorable Attorney General, want to say something about this?
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, and I really appreciate the passion with which my colleagues are debating this matter. One, I would want us to borrow experience from the Ministry of Defense when they were trying to rebuild their pension process for the veterans. They sent out messages to the districts, and the minister had to travel to each and every district within a given period, and whoever was concerned would meet the minister there, and they constructed these files. No, it is a process. It is an ongoing process. Now, my worry is, Right Honorable, if we start reconstructing from here, and yet we know that CID took files for purposes of investigation and they did not return them. Ideally,
let us listen to the minister.
Ideally, the better thing to do would be give a time within which CID should return the files. After which, we would take a position and say, okay, let us reconstruct them. Because my biggest fear is we could create a loophole that will be exploited by some elderly people to create ghost lists.
Okay, but Attorney General, yes. I think I better make a clarification here. Parliament cannot reconstruct files. It is executive. We cannot create, verify, or do what on files. Our role is oversight. What we are advising, we are saying, executive, if you don't have the files, There are people who are saying we are supposed to be receiving our pension. We are pensioners, and the records are not there. If these people volunteer to bring information to you, files to you, their records of employment, can't you use it to reconstruct files and pay? Not Parliament. Parliament can't do that. We don't have that power.
I concede.
No, Honorable Rule Member Iga. No, Honorable Tommy Singoma, then Rule Member Iga. Don't mind, Honorable. I'm going to give you a chance. I know you see our Auditor General here. If you talk, we conclude. So, yes, Honorable Singoma.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And let me also join colleagues to thank the chair of the committee and the members for the job well done. But I also want to thank the minister, our Minister for East African Affairs, for the good job she's doing. She's doing a good job, Honorable Namuga. For a good job, Madam, you are doing, especially regarding this aspect of payment of the our East African pensioners. Honorable Speaker, a few hours ago, I was talking with Mose Santos Labeja. John, this man is the chairperson of Greater Teso East African Community, Pensioners Association. And he was telling me that besides the gratuity and the pension, which they would wish to be paid, these people, especially the Ugandans who were working in Kenya, lost a lot of property at the time of their repatriation back to Uganda. These people had packed a lot of property in the railway, and the Kenyans, people, not really Kenyans, people ransacked the railways and took the property. My question, Honorable Speaker, is it possible, Right Honorable Minister, to find a way of compensating these people for the property they lost as well? If it is possible, I think that would go a long way in helping alleviate the miseries incurred by these people. It is just a suggestion. If it is possible, why don't bring it on board? Why not consider it? Right?
Thank you, Honorable Rule Member Iga. Then, Honorable Sakero.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I thank the committee because their report is good. But it lacked the detail that Honorable Achuti, who happened to bring this business to Parliament, has brought. And I believe this information which he has given us should be married with that of the recommendations of the committee to come out with something. Right Honorable Speaker, it will also be in vain if at all the ministries concerned do not come out with the ABCD on how to proceed after here. Because number one, we want to understand the formula which they are going to use. Certain people are complaining about how much they are being paid. But we are also talking about the formula, which has also been used elsewhere in the East African community. And I think we have not harmonized on that. We are also talking about people who can even bring themselves with their own records. And the ministry needs also to accept that, and we take this as a resolution of Parliament. Yeah, that yes, they accepted that we do not have their records, but they can bring. But speaking about it and ending in Parliament, Right Honorable Speaker, will not work unless there is a commitment from government that once people come with their documents, we are going to recognize them so that they get paid also. Number three is to give the timelines within which they can finish this business. Well, Right Honorable Speaker, you have said, yes, members will not target to passing this budget. And I want to agree with you because there is money in situ.
Conclude, Honorable.
But I also need for commitment by of government so that somebody doesn't sleep on job. Because we just want to thank God for our elderly senior citizens here, that they are still living. What is going to happen tomorrow? We want that commitment so that they go back home, and those ones who are listening at large, that yes, Parliament discussed our matter Government gave this commitment and Parliament resolved this way.
Thank you, Honorable.
There we shall be doing something good.
Thank you.
Thank you very
Honorable
much, Right Honorable Speaker.
I beg, please, don't clap, don't make any sound. Please. Silence must be observed strictly, no applause, okay? I'm just reminding you.
Thank you.
Yes,
Thank you so
Honorable
much,
Ruse.
Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Allow me to thank the committee for doing a great job and the Right Honorable Minister for your response. Mr. Speaker, as a member of the 11th Parliament, I am definitely proud that I am part of this parliament that is people-centered, and these are the kinds of things that really defined us as a people-centered parliament. And these are the things for me that really matter to the common Ugandan. Mr. Speaker, my late father-in-law perhaps he may not have gotten this money, but just us discussing this, for me, it gives me happiness and joy, and I know he will rest in peace. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, we've had issues around pension. I got a lot of complaints from people like the former Uganda Airlines. So many people have not been paid. Can we use this opportunity? I know this may be outside, but it is much related to issues of pension and all this. Can we use this opportunity to streamline all these things so that our people stop suffering? Because another day we are going to get another entity coming and saying we have not been paid. Can we streamline this as a country and save our people from the pains of suffering so much, waiting so much, dying without even getting what they really get, or what they're supposed to get? The children are actually suffering so much, and yet we cannot help. So the Minister of Public Service, can we streamline this?
Thank you, Kayondo, Aogon, then.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I feel touched when I see my elders the other side. There was a time they were energetic as we are now, and they were serving this country. Honorable Speaker, I want to remind the members here that time will come when we are also the other side, and there will be people here who will be deliberating. So I request that we deliberate the way we would like to be deliberated for when we are the other side. Honorable Speaker, I want to request my fellow members, the same energy we are putting in, we are showing here in a discussion, let it be the same energy we put in when we are allocating these people, because they are there. Let's go back to our villages, let's go back to our constituencies, and we look for these elders, we bring them here and we reconcile the files. My grandfather was working with the East African community. He died and my father inherited. My father died, I inherited. So you are talking with the inheritant of the East African community. So when we are talking about these matters, we are serious.
So are you declaring a conflict of interest? So
when you bring a list here and my grandfather is not here, my father is not here, and I'm not there, so I feel concerned, Honorable Speaker. So therefore, Honorable Speaker, we can't stand here and somebody is deliberating here that people are suffering because somebody misplaced the files. How do you know that the file of my grandfather was also?
Thank you, Honorable Cyrus.
Right, Honorable Speaker, even me, I inherit from my neighbors who passed on some time back. So we all inherit. Yes. Number one, Right, Honorable Speaker, the CID need to be investigated, though they are the investigators. You cannot disappear with our files and then we let you go scot-free. It is high time this House constitutes a select committee to deal with the CID.
Number two, Right Honorable Speaker, I'm so much aware that in Iteso, our elders were badly affected by insurgency. Some people's houses were burnt, everything disappeared. But I'm aware that in the government systems, you cannot issue an appointment letter to a citizen of this country without copying. There are always copies. Copy to IGG, copy to Auditor General. Where did the copies go? Right Honorable Speaker, 45 years down the road and we are not able to pay these people. It is such a huge and public shame for this country. I cannot be a part of that shame. So we must pay these people. I want to bring to your attention of this house that the only surviving institution that we see around is the ESC, the flying school in Soroti. But I have seen people even run there to sell the old houses and the big land which used to belong to that institution. What a shame. Right Honorable Speaker, there are issues to deal with the payments to these people. People are disputing the figures, but accountants know it very well. We know what they call the future values. There's what they call discounted rate, discounting figures. What is supposed to be paid in the future, you bring it to now. What you are supposed to pay in the future, you take it there, and then you give the figures. What went wrong with the accountants of our ministries? Because they are meant to support and help us with the figures so that the people.
Thank you,
Chivoga. Right Honorable Speaker, the last one.
No, Honorable, you've not asked for permission. Chivoga. Conclude, Honorable Side.
Right Honorable Speaker, it is so painful that we have a colleague who is not about to benefit, yet is in the house. I know what the law says. Even when somebody's appointment has come down after 4 years, there is something they are supposed to walk away with. A pension is for those who are going for long service. He lost the job because there was a circumstance that occurred. And therefore, severance benefits or packages are supposed to accrue to them. Right Honorable Speaker, terminal benefits, they deserve to get them. And finally, whenever we make laws, there's what they call transitional provision. Transiting from the old law to the new law. What happened to the transitional provisions?
Thank you, Chivoga. Then Honorable Felix Ogong, then Ayo, then Omara.
Right Honorable Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Actually, among the pressure that members, that us are receiving from our constituencies are the orphans of these pensioners who always come to our homes requesting us to follow up with the payment, but have not had a pronouncement on the accommodation of the third parties and how they can be welcomed with these papers. And Right Honorable Speaker, the issue of losing documents is a serious one, especially to districts like mine, where people lost all documentation in the war. It is very important that we retrieve this information from the system. It is like, look at us now. I cannot lose all the appointments and the different documents, and you say you cannot retrieve the information from the system. We can still get this information. And Right Honorable Speaker, it is very important that people are brought to books. People, we get informed of the people who participated in the pension scam, because I think this is something that is making people fail to respond to such issues because they are demotivated. So we need to know, and people must respond personally to mistakes that they actually did. And Right Honorable Speaker, we are requesting that us as members of Parliament, we are given those lists and we are given a mandate to mobilize all our people who participated. I mean, people who have relations with the pensioners, and we should be informed of the office to approach at the ministry.
Thank you. Right Honorable Rebecca, I request that you write attaching the list so that if there are any other details, so that we saturate members, we shall help you to do that. So that people know where they can report, and then we shall ensure we saturate it to members and members will be able to reach out to their people. And procedure, then Honorable Felix.
Right, Honorable Speaker, we are seeing Ministry of Public Service using CID as a big defense of not getting their files. And when you read the report, the committee never had the time to invite CIDs to explain where these files were taken. So the procedure matter I'm raising wouldn't be procedure, okay? You direct that CID itself avails the Ministry of East Africa, right now Speaker, right now Prime Minister, the files of all those people they took from them, because they must be keeping the records. And if they don't have them, it is again a criminal on them. It's a criminal, it's an offense on them, because they should be arrested. Because the other people did their job of giving their documents. Then how does CID lose the documents and the others who took them? It cannot be used as a defense to fail paying those who are not yet paid. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. I will rule on that.
Yes.
Toward the end. Honorable Kotogo.
Mr. Speaker, I have been privy to this discussion. Actually, it was me who started together with pensioners, their representatives. We had several meetings in the office of the then Deputy Speaker, together with the Minister Murule Mukasa, and we came out with clear positions. The first position was that all files be transferred to the Ministry of East African Affairs, because the Ministry of Public Service were not committed. So we directed that all files be transferred to the Ministry of East African Affairs. We also agreed that all those who served in the East African, in the community, should be paid, and their rightful payment. That one we agreed with him, and I don't know why this thing is happening up to now. We also agreed that payment should be done expeditiously, because most of them are of advanced age, and they are now suffering, they are sick, they don't have money to meet their medical bills. So we agreed that payment should be done expeditiously by government. We also resolved a matter of legal matters. The Attorney General, then Honorable Ruhindi, made clear legal opinion about the matter. And it was resolved that these people deserve to be paid. And there were no legal crimes in that matter. Thirdly, we also agreed that the formula and the guideline must be developed by government, so that these people get their pay. We also agreed that,
please, yes, conclude, Honorable.
We also agreed that some of them did not serve for many years, and we should give them the benefit, especially it was beyond their means, it was outside their means. So severance, allowance, or benefits should be given to those people. Mr. Speaker, I wonder why some members are not yet paid up to now. We even advised the ministry that public announcement must be made to the entire country so that they come, file, and they are captured. So I wonder why even up to today, some of them have not yet captured. But I want to thank government that now some of them have been paid and money has been provided. But it's not enough. So this parliament today, it should not be even tomorrow, because we have not passed the budget. We should provide that money immediately. We should not wait to provide maybe next year, maybe, no, it should be today. We must resolve today that money must be found in our budget.
Thank you. Honorable Yotono, then Honorable Mara.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, 4 years ago, I was the chairperson of the Committee on East African Community Affairs. And by 2016, when Minister of East African Community Affairs took over, we had a presentation of the list of the beneficiaries, those who are supposed to be paid, former workers. And I am surprised that up to today, this issue has not been resolved. And I want now to call upon the Minister of East African Community Affairs, the Right Honorable Kadaga, that the invitation that the ministry has been sending on newspapers would present a list and ask only those ones to report for validation. And that's why you have not been getting these people. So I would want to know from you, what has been the reason? Are these people dead? Are they still alive, or are they ghosts? Because if you get to understand these details, then it will help us on the next course of action. Because the worst thing now, the files are lost. It's only for a few people. Some files are lost. So our appeal to you is that for those whose documents are there, invite them publicly, let them present them, verify, and include them on the list. But Right Honorable Speaker would think, let's use the government structure. Putting members of parliament will cause a lot of uncoordinated movement. We can only help in mobilization, sending
mobilizing people.
Sending the message, but let the ministry work with the district local government, office of their or CAOs, so that these things are presented there. Then they have appropriate time to put them together. But Right Honorable Speaker, there are also those ones who have lost their document 45 years. Are we going to let their case go? Or if it can still be verified, they could be brought in. Then there are those ones whose relatives have got the documents. Are we leaving them out, or we allowing them to bring those documents of employment so that they are included and they benefit? Right Honorable Speaker, the question of Crown agents does not arise. The Crown agents submitted money to Kenya, to Tanzania, and they paid their people. Uganda was part of East African Community as one of the partner states. Was it so unique that Uganda is not being very clear on the money received from Crown agents? I think there's something being played. But the main point is we have got a duty and responsibility to pay these people what is due to them. And Parliament has made it good that the money is there, but only the process is not clear. Can the ministry speed up this process so that payment continues within 1 year? That means even those ones you can pay now, pay them. But within 1 year, we should be able to conclude on this and move forward. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Mara.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the committee for their great report and for the input from my brother, Honorable Dr. Pierre Chuti. Right Honorable Speaker, there are 3 points that I would like to complement what has already been mentioned. Number 1 is that the minister has established a list already, which she has. And that list, she has confessed, she has been putting them outside there, and there has been limited response. And Honorable Dr. Pierre Chuti actually said there are many people who have been coming and whose files do not exist in public service or with the ministry, but they are there with their documents of appointments and others. Right Honorable Speaker, I would like us to quickly get this list out. We can use our district administration to get the people who have documents, but whose files have been lost, so that we can put it together. The second thing that we must do is have the correct formula. The formula seems to be a very big issue. That is why some people are being underpaid, others not paid at all, and then we are not even certain what the formula will be used. So let us have a clear recommendation on the formula that will be used. And I would want to agree with everybody who has said justice delayed is justice denied. We should have the numbers. Why it's important for us to have the numbers is so that during the process of appropriation, we know that the ministerial policy statements have already been received, but we can work together to make sure that we capture the appropriate money for everybody, not only those who are on the list now, but for those who have documents whom we can quickly accelerate and put them together so that we can calculate and we know how much they're entitled to. I submit.
Thank you. Honorable Bear. And then Honorable Chia.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, there's a lot of hopscotch on playing around with the issue of this pension. First of all, it is not true that the list was not submitted to public service. I want to state it very clearly that CID even has a received copy of the list which was submitted to public service in the office of the permanent secretary. This has to be very clear, and if the committee had given our opportunity to CID to come, they would have clarified that. We need to be honest when we are discussing issues of people's money. Right Honorable Speaker, the Attorney General just talked about the issue of the pension for the veterans. We cannot even brag about that. There's a lot of issues on that payment. People are not getting their money. There are people who have never seen their money, but they keep on filling forms at the district. They are being conned. Right Honorable Speaker, there is need to have an audit, a thorough audit on all the pension schemes that we have in this country. And probably there's need to revise. And we let our people rest. You people, it is painful to see these old men move with their sticks, go to these offices, and they keep on tossing them. Right Honorable Speaker, you get the guidance that we can even have a desk here at Parliament. But me, I would still insist that let's have a desk at the district. Every district. These people don't have transport to even come to Parliament. So it is my appeal that we get letters of directives from the line ministry, and we roll on and start getting these people that you are saying we can't find them. I thank you.
You see, honorable colleagues, for us, we can't do verification. You get it? We can't do verification. But what we can do is mobilization. Because I'm very, very sure the Right Honorable Kadaga here, any person who would be qualifying and she feels the file is available, she's ready to pay. What she's saying is the risk I have is the one I'm dealing with. And we are saying, no, it is incomplete. It is inexhaustive. We have other members who are complaining. So what we can do is mobilization, get this information, hand over to the executive to process, because the executive is responsible. Okay? That one we can't do. For us, we can only play our role of mobilizing on behalf of the executive. Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, every society is judged by how well it treats the most weakest in their society. It is really, I feel embarrassed that 45 years later, our country has not done its obligation. But what makes me happy at this point is to see two very able persons, the Right Honorable Rebecca Kadaga, in that seat and making movements work. Thank you, Madam, for what you are doing. And I want also to thank Mruli Mukwasa for putting hands together with the Right Honorable Kadaga, that we get things moving. Well, let's get this right. But there's one thing which has not come out clearly. What are we doing about those that have died, but they have relatives, grandchildren, who may not have complete documents? And Mr. Speaker, I would want to go with the idea to explore the possibility of reconstruction of files. And these people know each other. Oh, you are the son of so-and-so, who was in that office, he was there for so many years. This information is available in many areas. You can find. I have one in my constituency. Joshua Cole, probably some of you have heard, who was the father to the former ED of URA. His children now have only an ID because of the problems in Karamoja. They just have an ID. And many of their colleagues knew him, who is the late. And we can start from there and reconstruct these people's files and their histories and be able to pay. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, is that I think there is something which is silent here. We needed a transitional bill, a bill
Please
bill that provides for payment of people, even those who have worked 4 years, like my brother here, David Washikona, because they did not run away. They didn't abscond from duty. The community was disbanded. So we should actually, in that bill, we can actually provide how we can pay those who do not qualify according to the previous law, who do not qualify to be paid pension or that all of that and other benefits.
We can do like the way Kenya did, as mentioned in the report, Tanzania did, as mentioned in the report, to have that bill providing for the payment of the former staff of the East African community. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, we should not lose sight of the fact of the issue of investigating people, those that are accessing money and continue to access money using the names of people who have not been paid, but using different pictures. This one should not stop. They are still there on the receiving pension, and this must be handled, Honorable Speaker, through the relevant ministry, and CID should handle this matter. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now, colleagues, we have had a very long debate on these matters. The issue is number one, there is need for reconciliation of formulas. Because if they are using different formulas, each one will choose a formula that will favor them. Because as we were told, there are around 3 formulas. But the executive will respond on that. 2, we must all agree, and the committee puts it clearly, that we need to reopen the verification exercise. Because we have a very clear case here of Honorable Achikona, and then we also ask if you served for this period. In other countries, they qualified for pension, and they were all serving one umbrella body. How come for us, we can say people 4 years in Kenya qualified for pension, qualified for benefits, and the ones in Uganda cannot qualify, yet they are working in the same office? Okay? Yes, I mean, yeah? And we must look for a cure. Because you see, you cannot disenfranchise. You, Uganda, you can't have chosen to disenfranchise your people. If he meets his colleagues in Kenya, I'm trying to be as open as possible. And we shall look at possibilities. Where it is not possible, we can't tell a minister or government to do what is impossible. If it can be cured, I want us to have open hearts. Okay? This is, it's bad for Honorable Achikona to meet his colleagues from Kenya, from Tanzania, who say we benefited. And then for him, he says, no, me, I can't benefit because in my country, they made a law that disenfranchised me. Is it possible to be cured? If it's not, then it goes on record from the government side that no, it's not possible. We cannot amend this law. Even if we amend, it can't apply retrospectively, so we can't do anything about it. And it goes on record so that Wachikona stops moving around. The man was nearly kidnapped from Kenya trying to see how best he can get his money. So you want him to continue. He has said it here. He has said it here. So you want him to continue on that journey, or we should put it a clause. It goes on record. They know it's no longer possible. And 3, files which were lost. Because we have known there are, from the committee and colleagues, there are files which are still with CID. If we can borrow what Honorable Felix Okoto Gong has told us, Honorable Murulu Mukasa, can we agree that if there is any file anywhere regarding claimants of East African community, defunct East African community, that file should be transferred to Ministry of East African Community Affairs immediately, okay? Whether it's at public service, because Honorable Murulu Mukasa, maybe you'll confirm whether you agreed to that or not, but if it's at CID, if it's at who, because what is CID still investigating on this matter? They completed the investigation. Can the files be taken back to Ministry of East African Affairs? Maybe when Right Honorable Kadaga receives this file, she will say, oh, what the parliament was saying is true. I need now to reopen the verification exercise. 4, can we agree, colleagues, that for those files which the minister says are not available, but people are claiming, and those people are able to bring any documentary evidence because we don't want the minister also to go on a wild goose chase. Okay? We want at least some documentary evidence. For example, Remedial Chair Honorable has said one person has an ID. It's a good lead to begin with. There are very many ways of verifying and reconstructing files. If it was, I was reading one case, honorable colleagues, a case of 1980, like 1984 in the UK, has just been resolved, the murder case, because of just hair, just a piece of hair, which they had. But technology now has been able to identify and align the DNA. Now we have technology. If you have an ID, you're able to reconstruct a file. So can we say we be open? And most importantly, can we be open to helping these people, not concluding? Okay? So with that, and of course, recommendations of the committee, can we hear from the executive? Right, Honorable, you wanted to add on, and the Attorney General also seems wanted to add on, and the Minister for Public Service, and then Chair.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Once again, I want to appreciate the House for the passion they have shown in this matter. Specifically, in respect to your guidance, it is quite a sad thing when you hear the story of Wachikona and others. However, the law works in a straight line. What comes to light is that these people ought to be paid, but the law that was made then, the decision that was made then, was for us to rely on the Pensions Act, while Kenya and Tanzania made a specific law to cater for this. I want you to keep in mind the fact that we were in some bit of turmoil at the time, because that was Amin's time, and thereafter we went into war and the successive governments. So we may not have had an organized enough leadership to look into these things. And that's why some of these things cannot even be traced in the archives. So I want to propose, while we may not make a law to act retrospectively, allow us as the Office of the Attorney General to see the kind of guidance we can make in respect of this.
Okay.
We prepare guidance and see if we can make proposals vis-a-vis the law.
Okay.
Thank you.
The quickest one I can give you is once you identify these people and you compare with their colleagues in the region, you find they were paid, these ones were not paid, and you feel they were disenfranchised because of the law that was made at that time, you can use honoraria. Under honoraria, you clear these people. What they need is money. They don't know how you construct that money in the law. They just need money.
Right, Honorable, if it is a task that you want us, that you'd want us to attend to as Office of the Attorney General, I'd rather a question is coined and the clerk writes to us, then we make the necessary research and respond in advice. Thank you.
I think government works as an integrated unit body, okay? So you have a minister. For us, we deal with the minister for East African community. If she prefers to deal with you, we can't get issues of East African community, we start allocating them to, okay? But the one of internal affairs on CID, that one was specific. I think internal affairs, we can maybe, let us listen to Minister for Public Service, then in relation to what Honorable Felix Okotogong said, when you met in the office of the former Deputy Speaker,
Right, Honorable Speaker. Yes, I quite agree with what Honorable Kotogong said here on the floor. We actually had several meetings with him and the beneficiaries in the office of the Deputy Speaker, and we agreed. And indeed, some of the files were transferred to the Ministry of East African Affairs because the job of paying pension to them, the beneficiaries, was now the exact mandate of the Ministry of East African Affairs. The files that remained were pending verification, and whenever they were verified, they were transferred to the Ministry of East African Affairs. I'd like, Right Honorable Speaker, to say that we are committed to clearing this problem once and for all. We have said this here on the floor of Parliament. We have said it in the committee, wherever we have met in the Ministry of East African Affairs, and even before that, because nobody would want to keep this problem lingering on for over 45 years. Moreover, we know it's really painful for somebody to have worked and then is not remunerated and keeps waiting for so long. So commitment is there. And I would like to agree with the committee on the issue, and you, Right Honorable Speaker, on the validation. I think that exercise should go on. It should be reopened. Even files which are not there because somehow the documents which were there were tampered with. They should be reconstructed. They should be reconstructed so that we have really a fair idea of the people to be paid, those who are still alive, those who have gone, at least the beneficiaries to be paid, so that the problem is paid once and for all. And I quite agree with the Attorney General giving guidelines within the law. You know, what happened here is quite different from what happened in the sister states in Kenya and Tanzania and even Zanzibar. Here we had a decree, then there was an amendment in the Pension Act, which gave us, and then there was a judgment which was passed also, which gave, as I think, made the foundation of the guidelines which have been followed since then. So I quite agree that the guidelines could be given and that we get this problem out of the way once and for all. Then the formula, again, I think comes within the law. I think the Attorney General will give guidance on what to follow. So all these differences came in because of the legal trend which we took after the collapse of the community. And then, of course, the kind of payments to be made, those who qualify for pension, those who qualify for the Provident Fund, and so on. I think this will become clear. All in all, Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to thank the committee for the report they have made. I'd also like to thank the House for the passionate concern they have shown for our senior citizens, and also the commitment that they have shown that indeed this problem should be solved once and for all. And indeed, if we are given a chance, then maybe to reiterate the commitment which was made by the minister, that at least all that is required for paying these people should be tied up, properly neat within 1 year. And then the payments are made, and the problem of pension for the East African, the senior citizens, is laid to rest once and for all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Right, Honorable.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The honourable members, let me thank the House for the commitment and support and the desire to alleviate the suffering of our senior citizens, and say that we welcome the recommendations in general, other than those which are indicated at the beginning. But I just need to do 3 clarifications. The list, the honorable member talked about that the advert says those who are not on this list don't come. It is because by the time we put you on the list, we have your files from public service. Otherwise, if you come and I say, oh, you have traveled from Bungoko, but your file is not here, it's also not good. So we say, those who are on the list, we have got your files, please come. That's why the list is designed that way. Now, also there's the process, the bureaucracy of government, internal auditors must clear this first before it comes to us. So it's a long process, but we shall work out to see how this can be done. Secondly, concerned letters of administration, those who have died, we encourage them and assist them to get letters of administration. Sometimes people have given up, then when they hear announcement, then they come and say, oh, but I'm here, but my father died, I'm the one there. Oh, but who are you? Under the law, who are you? I need to get letter of administration. So all those processes take time, but we do inform the people and assist them. Now, of course, there are people who come and reconstruct the files, but as members have said, many people don't have a complete set of documents. Maybe have an ID, but when you said that we got one payment, how much was it? I don't remember, but can we check public service? Do you have any record of that payment? No, I don't have it. I only have an ID. So it becomes difficult for us to trace how much were you paid? Was it full? Was it partial? So all these are the things I was talking about, which we are undergoing, but we are very, very committed, because I really want this money out of our docket, and I want these old men to go home and enjoy whatever is left of their money. So, Mr. Speaker, we are going to convene as sectors, all of us, and review the areas we have discussed here, work out an action plan, because the law is there, the finances are there, the politics is there, and so on. But what I want to say is that we are committed and shall ensure that as much as possible, we alleviate the suffering of these people. What I can ask is members assist us to amplify the message to the population, and I'll be sending the lists to you, Mr. Speaker, and help us with mobilization. We shall also work with the local governments. We are really, I'm telling you, in this 1 year, I had made it my mission that I wanted this thing cleared in 1 year, and that's what I've been doing. So, and I'm committed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The Minister was requesting.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, if we had interacted with Right Honorable Kadaga as a minister, we wouldn't have made that recommendation. The state minister you sent did you a disservice. All the documents that you have presented today, the list, we asked for all those things. Our question was, you have this money. Why are you not paying the money? What is the problem? He said, we don't have the list. Do you have those that you have paid? No. Those who have received the partial payment? No. Everything we asked for, the minister was not able to provide.
Well, didn't he come with technical
Yes,
staff?
he came with a technical team who also did not help him at all. And as a committee, Right Honorable Speaker, we were disappointed and we were left with no chance. Today, Right Honorable Speaker, the Minister for ESC herself has given us confidence, and as a committee and on behalf of my colleagues and the members, I want to request that we expunge that particular recommendation.
No, because hers is an amendment.
Yes.
Report, you agree to it.
Right Honorable Speaker,
Yeah.
as a committee and as the chair now, I want to concede to the amendment made by the minister
that this parliament doesn't hold their budget, but the budget is, if it comes, it is, the money is given to them to enable them continue with the work.
Thank you.
Secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank Honorable Pio, who raised this matter as a matter of national importance.
Thank you.
And I want to thank the House for being the people-centered parliament and moving together with us, the committee. And I want to refer the members that most of your issues have been addressed in the main report. All the recommendations and observations are in the main report. Because of time, we had to summarize and not go into the details. Lastly, Right Honorable Speaker, we want to thank you also for according us opportunity as a committee to present our report. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable colleagues, I now put a question that the report of the Committee on East African Community Affairs on the delayed payment of pension, gratuity, interest, and other terminal benefits for my employees, the defunct East African Community, EAC, be adopted with amendments. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it. Clerk, please extract the report, full report, the record of the Hansard, and all the recommended amendments, and pass them on to the minister. We shall need an update in a month's time. Is it tenable? An update? You can give the update to the committee. Okay? Let the update go to the committee, then the House can receive an update in 2 months' time. Because you need first meters. Thank you. Colleagues, I need your guidance, and I want to see, to really seek your opinion on the matter, which is item number 8, that is supplementary budget issue, which we have. Okay? Please, we are here to do business. And I'm seeking your opinion, which will help us, okay? Which will help us. I'm consulting you. So you better stand up when I say I'm consulting you and you give your opinion, which will help us move forward. But when you start murmuring, then you can't go on record. Okay? Yes. So I need to get your views on this matter, on how we proceed on it, because we really need, it's one of the issues we need to handle. Honorable Martin Muzare. I pick Honorable Amero, I pick Honorable Santa, I pick Honorable Macho, I pick, I'm going to pick around Honorable Yanyima, I pick Honorable, I pick Honorable Ataringa, I pick Honorable Abe, Honorable Runda. I'm going to pick you, Honorable colleagues. Fabusa. Yes, 1 minute each. It's an opinion.
Yeah, thank you.
Let's do quickly.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the matter that we have to handle needs a sober mind. And as we speak now, we are a little bit tired. I propose, Right Honorable Speaker, that we begin with this issue tomorrow. I thank you.
Yes, but what I need more, it's not a matter of saying when do we do it. It's a matter of how do we approach it. That's what I need most. Okay? Yes, I had added on Honorable who? Amero.
Yes, Right Honorable Speaker, thank you. Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to concur with my colleague, Honorable Martin Muzale, that we have looked at this supplementary. And before we pass it, Right Honorable Speaker, to avoid the issues of quorum and the rest of the things, I think let's start with this tomorrow, being a very important thing. Let's consider it first, then the rest of the things
My
will
issue
come.
is how do we approach it tomorrow?
Yes. We start with the debate, Right Honorable Speaker. We have issues to address.
We already passed that stage, Honorable, you know. So we can't go back to debate.
Right.
Honorable Okiror, Honorable Macho. Oh, it was Honorable Santo got first. Then.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. I want to join my two colleagues in saying that now
time has gone, and this is a very important issue that we cannot run away from it as Parliament. And Mr. Speaker, for me, there's some issues which are very important in that supplementary. And since we are reaching that stage, I propose that we handle it issue by issue tomorrow. Thank you.
Okay. Honorable Macho.
Mr. Speaker, in your opening statements, you really asked how Easter was. It was very bad for the secondary teachers in the Busia municipality. Very, very bad. The fact of the matter, Onyango came to my home at 7 in the morning. He had nothing to eat. And if we have a component of teachers' salary, we handle this matter now and finish it. We handle it now and finish with this matter because we shall, yes, true.
Listen, that's his opinion, colleagues.
Yes.
And you must.
If Mr. Speaker, I need protection from Honorable Hunamuga. She wants to jump on me on this matter.
Thank you. Honorable Okro.
Right Honorable Speaker, I'm handling the how issue. How are we going to handle? The supplementary has been brought as a basket of tomatoes, which has the good tomatoes and the rotten tomatoes. I am of the view, Right Honorable Speaker, that I agree with the members who say we handle item by item. But the omnibus rejection of the supplementary is detrimental, is very dangerous. It's very dangerous. If we can advance to the level that we consider item by item, it would be very important. That's my suggestion, Right Honorable Speaker.
Okay. Thank you. Honorable Byanyima. Honorable Mara, I think. Then Honorable Byan. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mind the issue of this supplementary, it's more or less like a done deal. It's unfortunate that we have always been relying on the 3% of the budget. But the issue is the courtesy of the Minister of Finance to come here and tell us, here we have these items, spend on money. We are part and parcel of this Minister of Finance. They cannot isolate us. Where they are spending money is where we don't want the money to go. We want priorities among priorities. But colleagues, this money has already been spent. Just a minute.
Please,
Just
Honorable Namuga, please listen to your colleague. When you're on the floor, colleagues listen to you. So listen to your
Most of
colleague.
this money has just been spent.
Honorable switch on.
The most important thing is to look at the law, and most of the people, especially Committee of Finance and Budget, to do if we can amend. But now it's already done. Kindly, let's call upon the Minister of Finance to stand up and apologize to us, and we move on and we finish the matter.
Honorable Mara.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Honorable members, could you give me a attention?
Honorable colleagues, let's listen.
Yeah. My preposition is on the how we should proceed tomorrow. I think number one, Right Honorable Speaker, we should tomorrow or today, when we choose to do it, yeah, we should be guided. We should be guided by the enabling laws. And honorable members, I want to give you reference to those laws. We have Public Finance Management Act, Section 25(1), as amended 2025, which must be read together with the Parliamentary Rules of Procedures, Rule 153, 1, 2, and 3, and read in conjunction with Article 156, subsection 2 of the Constitution of Republic of Uganda. That is very important because it will guide us on the import of the law. On the import of the law. The second consideration that we should make tomorrow, we should make today, sorry.
The second consideration that we should make today, please, the speaker will guide on that. The speaker will guide.
Tomorrow.
But this is the house.
Please, colleagues, whether colleague is saying it today or tomorrow, just listen.
Yeah.
And then I will give guidance, okay?
The second issue that we must consider is this supplementary will not have any impact on the Appropriation Act. That the source of revenue will be very clear. It will not affect what is in the Appropriation Act. I think the third one, which we would request the Minister of Finance to do, to concede to, is that it. No, I'm providing information. I'm providing information. And the last one, honorable members, is that the Minister of Finance should confirm to us that there are some elements in the Appropriation Act that have not been funded to date, that they will provide the requisite funds within this financial year. And the amount of money that, for me, I've calculated, looked at a few items, it comes to about 157 billion, which is a plethora amount. First, the minister to consider. I submit.
Thank you. Yes. Honorable Fox Odoy, Honorable Choma, Honorable Hunda, Honorable.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Chemonge.
Right Honorable Speaker, I will address you on two legal principles. The first one is the principle otherwise known as fait accompli. The second one is a principle known as guarding against the absurd, guarding against absurdity. Right Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Nathan Byanyima stated as a fact that most of these resources have already been spent. Most of these resources are, Right Honorable Speaker.
Colleagues, please. You see, colleagues, I would have decided in a certain way, but I decided to get your opinion.
Yeah.
Now, I'm giving you a chance to give your opinion. You don't want to listen to each other.
Yeah.
Then after you will say the speaker has ruled this way, please, I'm trying to hear from you.
Right
Honorable
Honorable Speaker.
Fox, you're protected.
Yeah. Right Honorable Speaker, the resources were spent within the boundaries of Uganda for public works that were determined by the executive of this country to be worthy of expenditure. We have a duty as a parliament to appropriate. That introduces me to the second leg of my argument. If we refuse to appropriate, we shall only be indulging in what is otherwise known as the absurd. We shall be indulging in absurdity. The money has been spent. Right Honorable Speaker, we are left with only one option: to appropriate. And Right Honorable Speaker, the executive has already heard us. We have spoken, we have shouted. They know our position as parliament. I request, I humbly beg, honorable colleagues, let's perform our duty, the duty to appropriate. I thank you.
Honorable Choma.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Whether we are handling it now or tomorrow, but I want to agree that we look at each and every item on its merit, because first of all, supplementary expenditure is backed by enabling laws. And when you read the Public Finance Management Act, Right Honorable Speaker,
there are those provisions which are very, very, very clear. So I propose that we handle item by item according to the enabling law. And colleagues, I think it is at this time, if we feel there are inadequacies in the act, then we need to address it now or tomorrow so that we don't get back to this. Because you see, what we may look at as priorities as Parliament may differ from what the executive may look at as priority. But you see where they defeat us. As long as it is within the law, then Honorable Musasisi will have us. But we are the makers of the law. I thank you, Right Honorable.
Honorable Honda.
Yeah, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. This is not the first supplementary. I mean, we have been handling supplementaries. So I don't see why there is a lot of, because there's a supplementary, the methodology is what the speaker wants us to agree on. Are we going item by item? Are we going by omnibus? So I think the spirit of the House says we go item by item. Now, if we are going item by item, what would be the implication of the rotten tomato which has already been spent? I think that is something we need to agree on. But otherwise, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, what we need now, what I'm appealing to the House is that there is a lot of work. If we keep postponing tomorrow, I'm of the view we appropriate today, and then we finish the business.
No, colleagues, I just, this is not a matter which we shall just shout and okay? I want to really see, okay? The sides which want us to go to supply now, you put up your arms. Because the shouting is not whether we should do today, okay? Or we do tomorrow. First, wait a bit. Do we do today or tomorrow? Those who say we do today, put your hands up. Okay? Okay. Okay. Okay, I'm going to count them. Those who say we do today. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 45. Those who say we do tomorrow. $45 are saying we do today. 45 are saying we do today. 47 are saying we do tomorrow. Yes, I want it to be as clear as possible. Listen, okay? Because no, I counted one arm. I counted one arm. Okay? So, colleagues, tomorrow we are handling this item. Okay? Tomorrow we are handling this item. On the methodology, we are going to consult, we see how best we do. I adjourn the House to tomorrow at 2 p.m.
Okay,